witness.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Detective 12, take a check that one out.
6 1 bullet, 2 1 try to get shot.
Office still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Let me know.
Sweet. I'm gonna let a supervisor know that the case report is attached.
Yeah, possible here. Welcome. There we go. Man, my sinuses are killing me this morning. I don't know, man. My sinuses are bad this year. So I apologize if I'm sniffly or any of that sound muffly or whatever. I've been blowing my nose all morning. What's up? What's up, Jacqueline? Ooh, contribution call out. I want to say thank you to, there we go, Jennifer Powell for becoming a member. I appreciate you very much. And we will be having some members only stuff coming up here soon, not only lives, but also some more videos. Thank you for your contribution to the community. What's up, Kib Kitty number 4, Norma number 5? I need some coffee. I haven't had any yet. Been up for about an hour and a half. Still kind of waking up. We're going to be going into some Idaho4, some more Mica Miller stuff today, and then whatever else might be breaking throughout the morning. Good morning. It's weird being on in the morning like this early. But I kind of enjoyed it yesterday, and I'm like, you know what? Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's get the work knocked out early, and then, have some fun later or something. Or even maybe talk some more. Something crazy breaks. What's up, Norma? Thank you very much. I'm going to be trying to get some new music and some new edits too. I got some ideas. I gotta put it together. But I got some good ideas. Good morning, Joan. I am sorry about the sniffling. What's up, Risa? Grand Rising. Oh, you know what that makes? Grand Rising cinnamon biscuit. Ooh. I forgot who makes those. Pillsbury, maybe? Those sound so good. Damn, I haven't had a cinnamon roll in forever. Hold on one second. Let me blow my dick. I didn't even want you guys to have to see it. We're not going to do that to you. We're not going to do that to you. What's up, Nina? I want to say shout out to you. Hope everything went well at the Drunk Turkey Show. Crystal, yes, thank you. I'm excited to, cause see, what I was starting to, I was like, you know what? I need to at least be on every morning. I might as well get on instead of waiting until 10:30, 11 o'clock Central. And then, oh man, I do like a 4-hour show. Then I got like 2 hours in between and this and that. So I'm like, from now on, why don't I just start getting on hour after I get up, early as hell. Well, early for me. Well, early for some. In the East, I'm getting on at 9:15. I'm getting on at 8:15 where I'm at. And then, lower and lower. So it is even earlier for some people. But I know there's a lot of people that live, on the other side of the ocean. It makes it more available for them. And also, it's like, you know what? At least if I do a show early as hell in the morning and we talk about these things, at least I get it knocked out of the way. So that way, if something does come up later, we're already here. And also, uh, if there's anything breaking or if we want to do a game night or whatever, it just leaves the nights open to whatever. So I figure, I don't know, we'll try that. I'm gonna be starting a sports show over at the lounge. At some point here in the near future. Maybe this weekend I might be trying some sports shows. So I'm gonna a couple nights out of the week. I'm gonna be over there doing some sports stuff. So just gonna be doing some different things too. But I won't be done with true crime. I'll still be here every day. Or pretty much, take at least a day break or something. What's up, Rosie? Good morning.
Hello. How are
What's
you?
up? I'm doing good. I'm still waking up. And my sinuses are tearing me up. Do you have sinus problems over there? Do you ever have sinus issues over there?
A lot of people do. I don't, but a lot of people do.
Yeah.
They're always talking about it. A little bit since COVID, but not as bad as some people say.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like, because like I never used to have sinus issues until maybe 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And
Maybe it's
then
like
at that,
pollution.
I don't know. It was weird because at that point, like it would affect me a little bit in the spring and a little bit in the fall, when the
Yeah.
seasons. But now it's like I've noticed like the last year, it's year and a half, it's like all the frickin' time, and I don't understand it.
Yeah, maybe it is COVID related as well. Because I know I have problems since COVID that I didn't have before. Like I can't hear properly.
Well, that's
Yeah,
probably
maybe it's.
it might be because you know what? Because it was about a year and a half ago. No, it was more than that. Maybe 2 years ago. I was forced to take a shot to keep my job. So, because I tried pushing it off for the longest time. I didn't want to take the shot. I was working around people that were testing positive left and right, and I was always negative. I'm like, I
Yeah.
don't need the damn thing, and I don't like how they made it. I don't like how they made it either. But then it got to a point where it was like, you have to get it, otherwise if you get it, then you don't get paid, and then you can't come back until you test negative twice. And there was people testing positive and couldn't get a negative test anymore. So I was like, dude, if I test, I'm gonna lose my whole life. Like I can't, so
Yeah. Yeah. You kind of have to.
yeah, it's not like I can say, hey babe, I had a bad month. Like I can't say, hey, it's like, no, dude, guess what? If you don't have any money coming in, hey, you lose your fucking livelihood. So, it was one of those. Yeah, we weren't essential. They were just money hungry. We weren't essential. They were just money hungry. It was ridiculous. Yeah, it was bullshit. Listen, we started making shit that we never even made before so we could become essential. Okay? Like that's listen, that's like that's the real. That's the real. Like, and it's like while you're seeing all these, like this is what was crazy. You're seeing all these other people that are just chilling at fucking home, making way more than they ever made, really get, their real paycheck, making way more than their real paycheck, just chilling, don't even have to be worried about going out and being exposed and all this shit. And they make these damn things that never made before, and nobody even bought the damn things. Nobody even bought them. And to be essential, you know what I mean? Because if you were in essential business, you had so many government money, like loan packages, and I mean it was crazy. Just total
Yeah.
manipulation. So it was like, damn, like yeah, it was like it was
Yeah.
just
I was
oh man.
lucky because I was
Yeah.
teaching, so I could just do online straight away. So it was just working on Google Meet. It's that simple. But I know for
Right.
some people it's that complicated. Yeah.
Yeah, that had to be interesting trying to like cuz did you before that did you ever do any kind of like online teaching before
No,
that
I used
moment
to.
or
I taught in person before, and then we were just kind of thrown into it with COVID to learn how to teach online, um,
so you
which was
never even
interesting. But
had done that so that you just got hey we're going to
no,
do this. Ah.
yes. But what was lucky as well was that I used to teach first year university, so the students coming in hadn't done university any other way, so they weren't. It wasn't like an adjustment for them being first year, so they had never seen the campus actually, which is weird to think.
Whoa, you
Yeah.
taught at a university?
Yeah, yeah. I used to teach philosophy at
Whoa.
UJ.
Whoa. Wow, I did not know that. Wow. You used to teach philosophy. Holy shit.
First year, yeah, as a TA, not
Right.
well, what you guys would call a TA. Yeah, yeah. When I was
Okay.
doing my masters.
Wow, that's neat. Wow. Wow, I
Yeah.
never knew that. That's awesome. What's up, Tiffany? Norma, Mama 5, what's up? Never took a vaccine. I didn't get COVID 2 years after it came out. My symptoms were headache, severe fatigue, and everything. Tasted like metal. Oh. Detective said you were eating your Smarties. That's a candy. I don't know if you have it over there in South Africa, but
Those colorful ones.
yeah, the little teeny.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They're too sweet for me. I liked them when I was a kid, but man, they're so sweet. And then powdery, Because me, when I was a kid, I used to just take the whole
Supposed to be
handful.
powdery.
I used to just take the whole handful, and then it's all powdery. That's why I'm like, because I remember when I was a kid, I would just,
Yeah.
all of a sudden it'd just be a big powder ball, and I'm like,
Because you're supposed to have one at a time.
I know, but they were so good.
That's funny.
They were so good. So I figured we would talk some Idaho4 first, because once we start getting into some Micah Miller, I'm sure there's going to be so much that it could, it's going to be never ending at this point until kind of catch up, really.
Yeah.
Kind of a couple days behind still. The last episode we heard the dad talking. We heard Micah's dad and sister talking a couple things. Now it was kind of interesting because the fisherman, a couple times in that news interview. I don't know if there's other interviews out there or if there's other, like a witness statement or something. I don't know if there's other things out there where maybe he has, more, he's talking more. So if anybody does have any of that, please send it to any of the locations. The only thing I heard yesterday out of the one that we had was that 2 times he said shot. And when you're listening to the father and you're listening to the sister and they're discussing the evidence and how it was presented to them from the local investigators, they talk about a round that went through a tree. Obviously, it was pointed out to him because, when we kind of showed pictures of it and videos of it, and it's some dense stuff. It's some dense woods. So you're not, and plus it's off a path. So you're not going to be like it's not like you're Brian Laundrie's parents and you're going to look, and you're walking down a road that's traveled and you're like, oh, hey, look. No, it's not. You have to go into these woods and you're talking swamp areas stuff. So who knows what's in those woods, number one. But you listen to, the bruising that they're talking about when they got to see her at the funeral home. Just different statements. They say shots, multiple casings. They said that the park and rec park ranger collected the casings, the evidence. Ellie just gave it to him, said they didn't even give him a scenario, which was very odd to me. Why do you not have a scenario or even offer a scenario to a family member? I know you said you discuss crime scenes. Have you ever been out on one that you were observing that a family member came up?
I have never actually been to a crime scene with a family member.
No, like where a family member came up to you, even
up to me.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
or up to
I haven't
anybody, up to anybody. In
No, no, yeah. So what I mean is, like, I've never been to a crime scene where I've seen family arrive.
Okay.
For the processing, I've never seen that happen.
Okay.
So
Is there over there? Obviously, it's going to be different. Good morning, Casey. Mythical. Over there, is there like a part in the protocol of if a family member comes up? Is there any kind of like, is that ever a thing over there? Does that happen where, is there, like, in your training, was there anything that would say if a family member comes up to you, treat it as this?
it's usually the most thing that is stressed is to not let them interfere.
Okay.
So that's oftentimes they kind of want to get involved. So for us, what we're told first is to preserve the integrity of the crime scene and make sure that they're not getting, I don't want to say in the way, but they get emotional. So that's mostly what the protocol is. But I think in terms of like speaking to them about what might have happened, we would usually say, we're processing, we need time. So and refer them to the officers. But
so just hold them off. Now I'm wondering, because to me it would seem normal. So say after, and maybe I asked it the wrong way, not necessarily maybe showing up at a crime scene, but where the investigation's been done according to the investigation's been done, the family's showing up because they already got the notification, they had to travel there. They're showing up after they already collected the evidence, and and then they I'm surprised that they gave the family some of the stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, here they would deal with the detectives, and I don't think a lot of information would be given to them until things are concluded. But that's not something that I would really do. That's something, because I would be more like, immediate.
So what if so say the same situation happened over there. They collected the evidence, they the family members come up, hey, what's going on, what happened? I don't know. To me, I would think that they would be told something, like,
The fact.
maybe
Um,
not like, maybe not like, hey, this is 100% proof, but we think that she went back there, you
if
know.
there's reason to believe that, yeah. I mean, I think you kind of have to be mindful of emotions and stuff. So you could speak with them, but you would have to be. And I don't know if there is a rule for this, but I would say, you kind of have to stick more to the information and the interpretation of it a little bit less so. So you can
Yeah.
give them the facts and try and explain what that means.
They would have said something though, right? Instead of
I mean,
nothing. To me, it
yeah.
seems weird that they weren't even offered, but because they're supposed to be there investigating it.
Even to say we don't know at this time is something more and a
Maybe
little
that's
bit
what
more
they
honest.
said. Maybe that's what they
Maybe.
said, and then the family's like, we weren't told nothing because of maybe what they could have said that right there. Like, we're not sure. We're not sure. But it doesn't seem like they're too interested in investigating it any other way than what it's been ruled.
Yeah, so I think, once investigators kind of have that, I'm going to say guidance, like from a scientific standpoint, then they do tend to use that as a springboard for where to go.
Well,
So I
and I
think
think
probably
they
the
would have
911.
had I think they would have had
Yeah.
talks with the family some more, especially the dad, if he's already there talking to him. I would think after that they would have had some more discussions and they would have helped the family with it more. But to me, from that interview, now we're just going off of what the dad said. But to me, in the interview, it seems like from what he said, they're not saying nothing. Like they haven't, they're just like, yep, it's this, you know. So it says a
Yeah,
lot when the FBI takes over.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know their methods and styles and stuff. I mean, I would expect them to say something. I know some places have a family liaison officer, but I don't know how that would apply
Well,
in
yeah,
this.
it's basically the detective. He's gonna be the one that is in contact with the family. If the family calls, they'll call him, leave him a voice message. A lot of the
Yeah, I
times,
mean, they're entitled to updates.
yeah, even if there is no update, and that's usually what'll happen is they'll be like, well, sorry, there's nothing. There's nothing right now. But it's so I don't know. It's makes me wonder, like, how many times has the dad reached out? Or obviously there's no if he's saying that they're not getting help, then obviously there's no communication going from LE to them. I wonder how
Yeah,
many times he reached out.
but I mean, we've heard that before. I mean, I remember hearing that in Idaho4 as well. Um, so
Yeah, we'll be
maybe it
talking
is
about that here.
normal. Yeah.
Let me see here. Contribution call out, Kib Kitty. Thank you so much for being a member. I know it's been more than 12 months, but YouTube is buggy as hell. And I want to say contribution call out for the 5 gifted memberships. Risa, Mama, Dandy, Risky, and Dre. We're gifted a membership. There you go. Thank you so much, Kib Kitty, for that. We'll be getting into Idaho4 here in a minute. I don't know. I just had that question because to me, it seemed weird that they weren't even offered like a scenario of, what they think. Like she drove here, she walked from here to here. We think she was here. You talk
Yeah.
about the fisherman
I
that
mean,
heard the scream. What about the 3
I,
people on the boat?
yeah. I mean, look, I'm just a student, but personally, I would think even to just say there isn't a lot of information, but to keep reassuring that it has the attention would be, I mean, that's not a policy, but I just feel like that's what they should do. So
Yeah, it is. It is really concerning. What's up, Stephanie? So yeah, we'll get into that. Let me see here. Let's get into some Idaho4 real quick. Now, it's been a while since we talked Idaho4. Now there's a lawyer that I like to watch, Scott Reich. And he is discussing. I like watching him because he's sarcastic as hell. He's funny. He's no bullshit, and he keeps it to the point, and that's what I like. You chop off the fat of the steak, and it's nothing but meat. I want to check out one of his episodes. I'm not going to watch the Nancy Grace one. Have you guys seen the Nancy Grace episode for Idaho4 from a couple days ago about how we wore plastic gloves to the grocery store after committing the crime? I mean, the gloves made him do it. Like, what is going on?
you never know.
Now what's crazy is that what's crazy is that you're hearing all this stuff about, and I'm seeing all this stuff about how Anne is, it's what we've been saying for like a year and a half, right? Like it was just like the Oregon tip. They jumped all over it. They jumped on it early. They assumed a whole bunch of shit. When you assume a whole bunch of shit, it makes you an ass. And that's what they ended up being because, they keep, it's like the material, the evidence is never going to materialize. And they were waiting for it and waiting for it. I mean, I remember all these shows that we were doing, for the last year, where I'm telling people, not a year, but close to it, where I'm telling people like there's a reason why they're referring to a case that dealt with the FBI not being able to supply the evidence that the prosecution needed because they didn't want to reveal the new technology of whatever DNA shit that they were doing, like, and then that person got off, and it was something that we talked about last summer, and I'm sitting there saying, people, when people are like, yeah, when December 1st, you guys are gonna eat it. When a whole bunch of information's gonna be dropped, you guys are gonna eat it, and it's like, what have I been saying? People were like getting on me, like, you, CJ, what are you telling? It's like, no, I'm telling you right now, this shit is not going to materialize. They're using other cases, whether it is this part of the case or that part of the case. The fact that they went to the frickin' court and said, here's a prior case that the FBI didn't release the new technology of how they got to Koberger or that person, and that person got off. They got to walk free. And I've been saying it. What would happen if all this time they're so focused on him and all of a sudden, because of technology you don't want to reveal, because they've always been, it's the tip. We got the tip. You got the tip from technology that maybe ain't trying to be shared at this moment. And so it's like, dude could get off, and you're spending all of this time being focused on this individual when what else do you have? Video surveillance? You know, cell phone. Yo, this isn't Chicago. There's not frickin' a billion towers all over the city. This is Moscow. You're in the middle of frickin' nowhere. How many towers can you do your bloop, 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 bloop off of? And even if you do your bloop, 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 pinpoint my ass.
Yeah.
Pinpoint my
exactly.
ass. So you got video surveillance. I mean, come on, dude. We showed all the cameras when I went out there last fall. There's a video I took. It shows all the surveillance from there to there, you know, from his apartment, the route, the alternate route should have took if you were going to do that. There should have we've showed you the live feed cameras. The pictures should have been, yo, if you couldn't get the letters on the license plate with a photo, whether it's forward or backward, because you know they get pictures of your vehicle from the back too. You know that. Because not every state requires a front license plate. So if you're telling me that all these other states don't have a camera pointing at you're out of your damn mind. They all do. That's
Yeah.
where they started, was from the back and then went to the front too. And they're gonna have a clear photo of this car. So if you can't even read the letters, you could at least have a outline, like a silhouette outline or something, where it gives you a pretty good a E doesn't look like an I. An A doesn't look like a Z when you're fucking fuzzy. It's got a different shape to it.
Yeah.
A
The
different shape.
scenarios. Yeah.
So I don't know what Nancy's going on about. That's why we quit. That's why we quit talking to Nancy back then, because Nancy was doing the he set up, you know, he broke into this girl's house because he knew that this girl was then going to ask him to then set up security cameras, and he also knew that the girl wasn't going to know how to set up a password, even though there's an instruction booklet. He knew that the girl was going to ask him to set up the passwords. And then he knew that the girl, after learning how to set up the passwords, wasn't going to then change them to something she wanted after she learned how to, you know. So he knew all of these things, so then he could sit at home, and as Nancy Grace liked to do on camera, and he's sitting there on his laptop watching her in her underclothes, secretly watching her, you know, like, okay, Nancy, I'm done. I can't
Yeah.
hang with you no more. We quit talking to Nancy for a while. I don't want to watch that Nancy Grace, because I have a feeling I'll just be like, Nancy, and I don't want to do that with her. So we're gonna skip that. I'm gonna watch, it's the Crime Talk, Scott Reich, and I'll share the channel with you. There's a couple episodes where he talks about the latest things coming out with the case, and he's already had enough from, like, I would say last December. He's already had enough, because he got to a point last December where he was like, come on, Idaho. Come on, prosecution. Like, what are you trying to, like, what's going on? So I'm gonna watch some of that. It's always funny here. Let me see here. This is the first one. His title is "Give Me the Evidence." So he does talk about other cases. Okay, so there is other cases on these videos that I'm going to share with you. But we're just going to watch the ones that involve Koberger. He discusses, and he's even got Dumb Criminal of the Day. It's such an awesome show. So here's Crime Talk. If you're not subscribed, please go do so. And we're going to watch this first episode where he's, give me the evidence. He is a defense lawyer. out of Denver, Colorado. I came across him when I was watching the Chris Watts case. He did a lot of stuff on the Chris Watts case.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Kohberger and Brian Kohberger's attorneys are saying, give us the evidence. That's right. The team is requesting new evidence in the ongoing Idaho quadruple murder case. And the judge overseeing the case is expected to hold 2 closed-door hearings this week to discuss recent requests made by Ann Taylor, the lead public defender for Brian Kohberger. And the hearings, which will be held today and then on Thursday, will have a significant impact on the case and how it will probably unfold from here on out.
Okay, so they were supposed to have a court hearing a couple days ago. It got changed. And now I think it's the 23rd. Does anybody know for sure? I think it's the 23rd. Let me look here.
I think it is the 23rd.
I'm pretty sure. I think it is the 23rd. I want to make sure here. Okay, let's see here. Supplemental motion to temporarily, of course, seal. All right, yeah, this is the 30th. The 30th at 10 a.m. and the 23rd at 2:30 p.m. Yeah. Now, one of them sealed, obviously. One of them is open. So we will be covering that court hearing, but May 23rd at 2:30 and May 30th at 10 a.m. Is what we're looking at.
Now, Kohberger's attorneys are requesting new evidence related to the probable cause affidavit used in Kohberger's arrest, including cell phone tower data, a video of a vehicle seen near the 1122 King Road where the murders were committed, and the information regarding a test drive. So Ann Taylor has stated in her motions, the state knows full well what they have and what they're withholding from us. We don't know what they're not going to show, but we know they exist. Now, Taylor said that at a hearing as well as in pleadings. Now, of course, the Latah County prosecutor, Bill Thompson, who's obviously leading the case against Kohberger, has rejected Taylor's claims that the state was concealing evidence. The characterization that we're just consciously withholding information to frustrate the defense team is utter nonsense, Thompson has stated. And he says that, listen,
you see his sarcasm coming.
We will provide everything we can that is provided to us under the rules. Now, the defense is set to have 2 expert witnesses lined up for today's hearing. And that hearing is closed at the prosecution's request so that they can discuss specifics of certain evidence, some of which may not necessarily be presented at trial. Thursday's closed hearing will focus on the defense's request to review protected content regarding the investigative genetic genealogy records. The records were used by the FBI to identify Kohberger as a suspect, and the technique utilized DNA from a crime scene using public genealogy websites, which can help investigators determine potential suspects. And there is simply no legitimate reason that the way the IGG procedure in the case took place should be shielded from the public, the defense is arguing. This court.
Right, and it's what I've been saying this whole time. And this is why I said that the only reason that would be shielded is if somebody on the chain of custody is being investigated for another crime. It's why I always oh, we're good, Cricket. I love my angels. My angels do a beautiful job. You should ask Pascal. But Oh shit! I lost my train of thought thinking about that nightmare that happened. We ain't got 100 mods. You don't need 100 mods. You just need angels, buddy. When it comes to the IGG, the only reason that information should be sealed or withheld or not be available, because look, you're talking about the DNA of the person that committed the crime. Who is the only other person besides the person that committed the crime that would have any interaction with the DNA?
The chain of command.
Investigators.
Yeah.
So that would mean that one of the investigators, Brady Giglio, remember a year and 2 months ago, the prosecution said, "Hey, court, guess what? Hey, we have to let you know, we now have an officer that is being investigated for something else, okay? That is not good. So we do have to let you know because it's our responsibility, because if we don't, then the whole case can get thrown out if it's found out later on. So hey, we have to let you know we do have an officer being investigated regarding another crime." Okay. Now, when you think about why wouldn't it be released if it is just the IGG, if it is just the DNA profile? Because it went to the Idaho State Lab first, then it went to Orthram, then it went to the FBI, then back to the state lab. Because when it came to Koberger being matched up, when they took the dad's DNA from the trash can and the FBI took the DNA, they sent it back to Idaho State Lab. Idaho State Lab is the last one that had the DNA. So if you're telling me that the Idaho State Lab isn't able to give up enough of the DNA profile or whatever they got matched, well, then what the hell did the Idaho State Lab get? Because whatever the Idaho State Lab got, the defense already has.
Yeah. Exactly. So, it's like, what did they use?
Right. What did they use, number one? And it makes you wonder, remember Vargas's testimony when she said, oh man, this is going to be difficult to say. And then she said, yes, I've been around other cases where LE, specifically agencies, have used public sites like databases, 23andMe, such and such, even though they opted out to be used for investigative purposes. I have been around cases where yes, I've been around LE that has even still used that database for investigative purposes. And then all of a sudden prosecution, oh shit, no, we're not gonna ask her questions while she's up there. When it's our turn, we're gonna say, no thank you, Your Honor, we're done. But then you want to go talk to her after it's all over.
Right. Send people to her room. Yeah.
So to me, it's either number one, somebody's being investigated that is on that chain of custody. And so that puts that IGG integrity goes to shit.
Yeah.
Because they obviously weren't being ethical somewhere else, and that's why they're being investigated. So do you think they're going to be ethical there? And when I showed you guys all the way back then the freaking video of the DNA, the dirty gloves right outside the crime scene, and then we showed you the video, the same person that dropped the latex gloves that are supposed to not even be contaminated. Why are you putting on latex gloves outside in a frickin' parking lot in the first place before you even going? Why aren't you putting them on as soon as you're walking in the door instead? What if a bird shits on your hand? You don't give a shit, obviously, because you dropped a whole bunch of gloves on the gravel. Your partner stepped over them a few times. You even hit her on the leg a couple times, and then you picked them up and put them in your fucking pocket. because you're getting ready to go in and use them at a crime scene.
Yeah.
So it's either
While you're wearing the same pair that you wear going in.
right. It's either that or you don't want to give up the technology, and that's cool. I don't need to know about this amazing fucking technology you got. But if it's going to be used in our court system, it should be able to be shown how it is, how it is matched up, because we're talking about, truth and justice here. That's cool. If you want to use it for your gadgets and figuring out who's who, doing your spy shit, and whatever, that's cool. That's cool. I ain't got to know about it all. I ain't got to. I don't need to know about the B-52 bomber before it happens. I don't. I know that, I just hope that you got my safety in mind, right? But at the same time, damn, if you're going to use some technology to convict somebody of a crime, well, damn, you got to show it, because you got to give everybody an opportunity to defend themselves. And it's not up to that person to show proof of that they didn't commit it. It's the prosecution's burden to show proof that you committed it. So if anything, that stuff should be shown no matter what. If you can't use it in a court, then don't use it to convict somebody in court.
Right. Exactly. And I mean, how can you expect a defense team to actually work blind anyway? Whether it's their burden or not, they can't tell what they're doing.
Right.
That can't
And you
be
know
fair.
what? If you're able to freaking catch people like this, then guess what? Put the shit out now. Because if it gets out now, come on, let's catch more of these people. If
Yeah,
it's
it's good enough
this
for this case.
right, if it's this great to be, then let's use it for a whole bunch of other ones, because there's a lot of other people out there that don't even know who might have committed the crime. At the same time, you got to it's their burden. They need to show it, and to sit there and charge somebody if you can't use it, because I'm pretty sure I don't think the FBI is going to go I don't think the FBI is going to go, here's the tip, Bill. Here's the tip. And I don't think they're going to go, yeah, we'll give you the rest later. No, I think if they gave them the tip, they probably said, here's the tip, Bill. We can't give you how we got to it. This is all we can give you, okay? And they said, okay, thank you. Just like they did with the Oregon tip. Because they're more worried about enrollment. Let's just, it's got to be right. And no, this is not what happens. I'm going to tell you right now. You already seen how Christie, you saw how the Consalvas family, the posts that they're coming out with, they don't, I mean, and I understand. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about, and maybe it was just Christie, because every interview that I've really seen from Steve, he's open to other possibilities. You know what I mean? Even though he's focused on Koberger, he ain't no stupid. He ain't an idiot. If you're being told over and over and over and over that the prosecution and the investigators have so much evidence, you just wait and see. Wait until we go to trial, Steve, and you'll see all the evidence that we got, right? Damn well Steve ain't sitting back on his fucking couch today, sitting there going, damn, this whole court process is going the way that I would expect it to go with all of this amount of evidence. No, damn well he's got to be sitting back going, what the fuck has the prosecution been telling me all this time?
Yeah. And Olivia, I get the impression that she also wouldn't sit still. I mean,
Yeah. They're like, what the fuck have we been told this whole time? Why are we seeing a court hearing where Bill Thompson is complaining about how the defense is their questionnaire for the potential jury pool is putting information out there that shouldn't be out there. And then it's kind of funny because they played the press conference when Koberger was arrested of Bill Thompson telling everybody to share the information with all the peoples on the internets in the chat pages and stuff. Like, make sure you share it with everybody, people. Like, he's standing there saying it.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro,
Right.
it's everything that's in the freaking PCA. And if they didn't know about it, well, he was sitting there bringing up stuff that wasn't even put out there. He was the one that was putting information out there. Right. You know what I mean? And Steve and them, they have to be sitting back going, what the fuck have we been told this whole time? And you see how Christy acts, and man, I tell you what, if Koberger really didn't commit this crime, because I don't know, I wasn't there, but if he didn't commit this crime and he doesn't get convicted, because innocent people get convicted too, and he doesn't get convicted, oh man, how are they supposed to get justice? Because I guarantee you, they ain't gonna, with how much they've focused on him, and if he really didn't do it and he doesn't get convicted, you know damn well who in the hell. They already let everybody go when the thing damn happened already.
Yeah, exactly.
We have a week until Thanksgiving, everybody, but you know what? Go home. Go home.
Yeah.
We're gonna do
And
online school.
Like you've always said, they're still gonna probably say, no, it was riots. It's just, we did our part, and sorry.
No, yeah,
So-
like when Ann Taylor's here, if you guys haven't seen this, check this out sometime. It's an old video I did. Ann Taylor's 2017 acquittal, okay, that she represented, and it's the same thing. This is what the prosecution was so gung-ho about her client being the one that committed the crime that they didn't even explore anything else. And you know what? When she got the acquittal, when her client was found not guilty in that trial, there's an article, I give you the link to it in the video and everything. There's an article where their response in the court was, well, we're sorry that the jury doesn't see it like we do. We felt we had so much evidence. We still feel the person that we charged is the one that committed the crime, and there's no reason for us to go look elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Stated individual cleared. Yeah, remember? Okay, Mama 5. You remember in the beginning where the dude? Okay, so you know how like the Eric Grover, however you want to say it, the statement 1,200 steps or feet, from Koberger, this and that, but he never had an address in Washington. He only lived in Idaho. How in the hell are you 1,200 steps? It ain't happening. You know what I think took place is the 1,200 steps neighbor was the one that, remember the news article that came out before anybody was arrested? There was a news article that came out that had a gentleman that went to police and he said, "Hey, police, I have a neighbor named Brian Koberger, and we've went on some walks together, and he's a really creepy dude, and he told me that he did some DNA ancestry stuff because he wanted to find out what his ancestry was, and he's a creepy guy. I would look into him for committing the crimes." And he told a newspaper this, and then he told the newspaper, "Hey, I don't want you to tell my name. I just want to tell you about this creepy dude that's my neighbor," right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, dude leaves the country. And then all of a sudden, Eric Grower, 1,200 steps from Koberger, neighbor, My wife works for fucking Moscow PD. How about we just morph the story together?
Mm-hmm.
The guy that fucking gave that story from the beginning that wanted the anonymity, people are like, yeah, he wanted anonymity. No, he wanted anonymity before Koberger was even arrested, because this was in November that he went to this newspaper, and he went to a newspaper, reported it to police, and went to a newspaper, wanted anonymity, and bounced. And he probably wanted anonymity with the police station, and the police station was like, shit, we need a reason, guys. Hey, Eric, guess what? Hey, will you do us a favor? Will you drive by there? And then, yeah, Eric, because remember, Eric was supposedly, yeah, I drove around in early December and I wrote down, 13 or whatever fucking Elantras, and Koberger's was one of them. Yeah, so it so happened that an officer drove by in November, at the end of November, and saw Koberger's vehicle. When I showed you from the parking lot, you ain't seeing a freaking car parked in that. Let me show. I'm gonna. Maybe people are new here; they don't know. We have video from there too. I'm gonna show you guys some video real quick. This is from Koberger's apartment. You're not driving by going, oh hey, look. It's a spot that's kind of tucked away. Let me see. Oh my gosh, where do I even have it? Let's see, PCA route. Yeah, here's here's Koberger's. So here's up close. So this is up close right here. That's where this is the apartment that he lived. And then, so we're going to be starting from in the back though. So this is sitting back. Okay. So this is back here. So this is the parking lot. Now there's nobody just driving by, especially Eric. I mean, come on, bro. No, this is how far back we are from the frickin' road. Let me zoom it up for you. Hold on. And let me get rid of we'll just throw this up there. This is how far back, all right? And now I think the neighbor that lived by him lived right over in the direction off to the middle left. You're not just driving by going, oh, hey, look, there's a white Elantra parked all the way up here, because he parked right up by his door. It was reported that he parked in these general spots right here, because there's these spots right here, and then there's the parking lot that's way back here. I'm way back here. Like if you see that like SUV all the way to the left, there's more cars on the other side of that SUV, and then see in the middle of the screen, it's kind of hard. It's right in the middle at the bottom. You'll see that car. That car is parked up against that line of parking, okay, that you would be at when you're right here. So if we're back here and they're parked way up there, you're telling me that somebody's just driving by on that road way over there and says, hey, there's an Elantra. Let me pull in this parking lot. No, it's like they were led there. Like they were led there. Let me see here. So it just I don't know. When it comes to this IGG, we're not going to use it. We're not going to use it. Okay, you're not going to use it. Well, then you can't say that you're going to use it in court. You can't just show the court, and I hope you can't just show a frickin' jury a piece of paper that says Koberger and say, yep, there we go, DNA sealed up. That's him. Got him. it's already hard enough to understand how they even
Yeah,
get.
and I mean, there should be more to go on if it's so simple as well.
Right, Morgan. Hey, there's a white Elantra right here. Right here. All the way back here. Yeah. Hey, there's a white Elantra. Yeah, no. All right, back to Scott Reich. Hold on one second.
Court has provided no authority for sealing those materials. So the defense clearly wants this information out in the public. So at that hearing on Thursday, the defense will call at least 2 witnesses, and they have several exhibits for that particular hearing. Now, last month, as you may recall, Kohberger's defense team filed a motion providing new information on an alibi where the defense planned to call Cy Ray, a former
likes
police
8 balls.
officer who specializes in analyzing self.
Cy Ray, we'll be watching something about that too. Look at all the 8 balls he has. Do you see that? Do you notice it? Do you guys notice it at all? Look. Do you see how many 8 balls he's got? He's got 3 of them.
Oh, I wasn't even looking at it.
Sorry, it's my
I'm noticing
mind.
the crimes.
It's my mind. I'm listening to it and I'm just, it's like I don't know. Sorry, I didn't.
No,
I
my
didn't
mind
mean to
was
stop
straight
it.
to the tape.
Sorry, I didn't mean to stop the video. I'm just in my mind. I'm like, damn, there's 3 8 balls. Okay,
Cell phone
sorry.
data in criminal cases to serve as a defense witness
Sorry.
and expert, and to dispute some aspects of the cell phone pings, including those pings that were identified in the probable cause affidavit. Now, the alibi motion said that Ray will testify that Brian Kohberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho, on November 13th of 2022. That Mr. Kohberger's mobile device did not travel east on the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. The affidavit also alleges that Kohberger's cell phone pinged near his off-campus Washington State University apartment at 630 Northeast Valley Road at 2:42 a.m. on the night of the murders, and was later seen on the surveillance footage from the Washington State University traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. Now, as you know, the trial date has not been set yet again. Hopefully, after these hearings, we'll see how much time will be needed, assuming the court grants the defense request, stating that, yes, we believe this information is out there. The prosecution just needs to get it. It's in their care, custody, and control. And therefore, we need time to obviously review it, analyze it. How does this engage? How are we going to use it to engage in motion?
And then I did another reason I didn't think all that document shit was gonna drop is because Bill Thompson. How can we simply produce something that doesn't exist, Your Honor? Like they don't have it. They don't have it.
They don't.
And I don't
They do
know.
not.
That's why I say if you don't have the DNA, you don't have the damn PCA to go arrest the man. They just basically freaking, that's what they needed. That's why they, think about it, they were still in the middle, December 16th, December 17th, still looking for a 2013 to 2000 or 2011 to 2013 Elantra, and this is more than halfway through December.
Yeah.
And then in December 27th, I think, they sent the trash from the garbage can from the dad, the DNA, to the FBI. And then
Yeah,
the
I think
next
it
day,
was.
next day sent it to Idaho State Lab. The PCA, hey, yo, we're getting ready to arrest somebody. We need you to throw this shit together, Brett Payne.
Yep.
We're not going to use one of our experience because, let's be honest, how often does this kind of crime happen? We have very experienced veteran LE that have been around long enough. You hear how cocky they are. Yeah, like Kathy Mabbitt. Yeah, this is, is this the first horrific crime scene? No, I've had to do more. No, I'm experienced. Oh, really? Really, you're experienced. Oh, okay. So why didn't one of the most experienced people in the force freaking handle the no, let's give it to a guy that's only been there a couple years. The go-getter. The go-getter. Scrappy. You guys remember Scooby-Doo and the little Scooby-Doo puppy called Scrappy? You remember him? Scooby-Doo's little cousin. He was just a little guy. They called him Scrappy. He looked like Scooby-Doo, but he's a little scrappy guy, had a little big attitude and shit. The
Brett
go-getter. Yeah, that's Brett Payne, the go-getter. You guys remember Scrappy, don't you? Hold on. I'm going to show you guys. Hold on. I'm going to make you guys remember. Scrappy! Where's he at? There it is. Okay, here, look. Yeah, little Scrappy guy. Hold on. Is it going to show it? No. Because it's going to can I just do the picture? How do I? No, hold on. I just want to go full screen picture. Okay, here we go. And Scrappy Doo. All right, here we go. Scooby-Doo and Scrappy Doo. Scrappy. See, Scrappy, the little guy.
Mm-hmm.
Little guy. See, he's yeah. Whoops, hold on.
I see that. I see that.
Yeah, Scrappy. He's that's Brett Payne.
It's ruined. Scrappy just ruined.
I need to save this picture because I'm gonna use it for the future. Scrappy. Yeah, Scrappy. You got Scooby and Scrappy. Yeah. So now that you guys know what I'm talking about, because some people might not, they're like, Scrappy. No, Scrap. What? Yeah, the cousin, little cousin. He's a go-getter, right? Yeah. Let's have the couple year experience go-getter handle the most horrific crime that we've experienced, because I'm not saying it was the first, with a knife. What I'm saying is the whole totality of it, how many victims, how it took place. It is one of the most horrific crimes there, and you're gonna come on, if you want it done right from the beginning. It's just like if something horrific happened with I don't know, whatever, at your job, and you're a manager. You're not going to let one of the least experienced people, right? You're going to be like, look, I want it done right. I'm going to make sure that I do it. I want it done right. I'm going to make sure I do it. And that's why it just, another reason it doesn't make sense. Thrown together, scapegoat, hey, they're used to knowing how to manipulate shit. Hey, guess what, guys? It's common practice. If we don't have a lot of shit, which they didn't because they were running on scraps, just like they did for the Oregon car. If we don't have a lot of information, we're just going to, it's what they do. We're going to throw it to somebody, and then we can blame them, because it's all about denying the accountability of, of not being held up to, it's, why do you think they rank up so much? It's about, having that positive way up there, and the negative stuff, you got to keep that shit at a low and deflect it to others so it doesn't come back on you.
Yeah, it's about appearances. Definitely.
Yeah, about appearances, right? I don't know. She's been asking the same shit this whole time, and I don't know. Judge needs to, I don't know. I used to be so supportive of Judge, but at this point anymore, he's allowing this court to become a shit show. I mean, Rosie, when we covered 2 court hearings in one day, one time, and the amount of dumb shit that we had to sit through, that just wasted everybody's time, the court's time, our time. It was just a bunch of nonsense and argument from Bill Thompson. He keeps coming out having arguments about shit that just doesn't even matter or make sense, and it's not even justified either. It's coming up with shit to complain about, and it's not even justified. You're not even showing your receipts, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that when you get to the end of when you get to the end of hearings, and it's like, okay, so what happened, and then you still have to be like, I'm not sure what.
Yeah,
we
you get
established.
so lost in the dumb shit. You get so lost. You're right. You're like, I don't know. We'll have to watch it again. Like literally, like that's what I would have to do with those two court hearings, other than remembering the whole testimony of the survey expert for potential juries. Like that dude was like amazing, facts. This is how I do it. I would like to go through it again sometime because I think it has a lot of information, not only for this case, but hopefully how other cases out there are also handled in that direction when it comes to the questionnaires, because it all is like, I didn't realize how important it was just from that county compared to the other counties that are surrounding it. He broke it down wonderfully, and then they used some of Bill Thompson's own medicine with his own press conference when they arrested Koberger. And what a shame to sit there and to accuse that witness in the courtroom, in court, accusing that witness, Bill Thompson was, of that person putting out disinformation, and also putting out information that shouldn't have been made public when he wasn't even discussing it. It was Bill Thompson. So I don't understand why the judge isn't like, come on, Bill. Like, come on, Bill,
And also, I think what's worse is that he doesn't make decisions at that point. Everything is something he has to think about, which makes it like all the more confusing, especially, for Bill Thompson to be able to just carry on being Bill Thompson. Yeah.
Right. And it's like, Judge, that's why I make fun of about him going to Floyd's on the way there, because it's like you could see him like eating the gummies in his Explorer or something, on the way there, and then he gets there and then he's just like, half the time he's leaning back like this. He's got like a he's doing this all the time, and then Ann Taylor's having to tell him how to do his own damn job, and I'm like, damn, I can see Ann Taylor running to be a judge. I bet she'd be an amazing judge, and I hope she does if she ever is interested in that kind of stuff. Because this has got to be, one of those cases where it's like, damn, man, like you need a break after this. And I could see her being a judge, and being a damn effective judge, and probably being a judge that would probably make a lot of tidal waves in the ocean of truth and justice too, because I could see her actually being the one saying, Mr. Thompson, can you not waste the court's time, please? Can you show proof? Can you show proof? And if you can't show proof to the court, can we please move on? I could see her doing that. So I hope change of venue, number one, because when you tore down that house, you tore down every freaking reason you needed to make sure you had it in Moscow, because you can't handle it. You can't handle it. I've been there. The roads ain't even equipped for it. The roads are not even equipped for it, not alone the lodging. Period. When I had a hard time getting lodging there in Moscow, and the closest lodging outside of that is a little teeny town in between two fucking huge ass mountains that has one gas station and no stoplight. And after that, you're talking Spokane. It's a fucking distance. So No, the lodging, unless people are popping up tents, chilling out, or they want to drive 2.5, 3 hours each way. I mean, come on now. No,
Yeah.
they can't handle it. It needs to be moved. And with that, change the judge, because the judge obviously isn't controlling the circus. He's letting the animals kind of run around and fucking, and you got Ann sitting there. She's the one with the fucking whip and the hula hoop. She's the one with
Yeah.
the whip and the hula hoop. Come on. Hey, we can do the hey, this is what it's about, Judge. Hey, no, this Mr. Thompson, no, it's the like
Yeah, I mean, she's trying. Shit, yeah.
yeah, it's gotta be. Watch her become a judge after this. All right, we'll get back to this here.
Practice, and how does it affect the overall strategy of the case? So hopefully that will be done. Once again, huge disappointment that the hearings will not be televised. I have said this repeatedly. These proceedings should be televised. I am a firm believer that all proceedings in the judicial system should be televised.
Yes.
It is a public courtroom. The public
Yes.
has a right to know what is taking place.
Yes.
There are other hearings that are going on, trials that are taking place where they should be televised. It lets the public know exactly what's taking place, and they can see with their own lion eyes whether what is being told to them is the truth or not, and they can decipher and say that is not admissible or it shouldn't be considered. It'll never come in at trial. It happens every day in courtrooms all across the country. Judges decide what evidence is coming in and what evidence is not coming in. And anybody can walk into that courtroom and sit there and observe. And to think that this case is somehow so special, routine procedures need not be followed, makes no sense to me whatsoever. Next on the docket, Richard.
Okay, so that's Delphine. Now there's another one. I wanted to get to here. Enough already.
Good day, Crime Talk aficionados. The Brian Kohberger trial is never going to get done at this pace. We have a Mom of the Year contestant. Is there a person of interest in the Ella Alder boating hit and run case? And we have a story about a guy who's just completely unhinged, I think. Some of the migrants who attacked police officers, they have plea offers that were heading their way, and our dumb criminal of the day. Let's talk about it.
We're just going to watch the Kohberger.
All right, lawyer. Good day, everyone. My name is Scott Reich, and this is Crime Talk. Thanks for joining us. You know the drill. Subscribe if you haven't. Like if you do. Leave me a comment below. Hit that little bell for notifications. And remember, you can listen to us anytime on any of your favorite podcasting apps. Let's go ahead and get to the docket for May 15th, 2024. And first on the docket is the Brian Kohberger trial. Now, we brought you this story last night. As you joined us, we appreciate you joining us for our Tuesday night live program every Tuesday. And then we immediately go to our Patreon show for our Patreon members. So hearing was kind of abruptly canceled in the Brian Kohberger matter because the defense is saying that the prosecutors need to turn over the evidence. Brian Kohberger's attorneys have stated that the prosecutors are withholding evidence that the defense team should be privy to, according to the motions that they filed. Now, the judge postponed the closed-door hearing until May 30th so that both parties have time to review the information submitted between May 7th and May 10th. In the latest delay in the case that has hit several roadblocks over the last 18 months since the 4 University of Idaho students were killed on campus. Now, the decision to continue the hearing came after Mr. Kohberger's defense team requested the new evidence related to the probable cause affidavit in the arrest. Now, there's 2 issues that are going to be taking place at this hearing on May 30th. There's going to be a short hearing on May 23rd because one of the witnesses is not available on the 30th. So the judge has scheduled time to do that. That will be an open hearing. That is related to the genealogical information that they used to trace Brian Kohberger back through family members to determine if that was his DNA found at the crime scene. So the defense is requesting more information as it related to how the FBI gain that information, analyze it, etc. The other issue is in relation to some cell phone records. Now, this is what happened. Information comes in, and let's face it, for the most part, attorneys look like, okay, here's the cell phone information. Then you turn it over to your expert witness, and they say, you need to get this, request this specific information that is not there. That information is usually available as it relates to this. When I say this information, there's more detailed records that can be potentially made available. The question is it in the care and custody and control of the prosecutor? If it is, they have to turn it over. If it's in the hands of a third party, can't make the prosecutor go get what they don't necessarily have, but the prosecution then fails to do so at their own peril.
Right.
If, that issue comes up at trial on
Yeah.
cross-examination, say for a witness. My advice to be the prosecutor is what my old boss told me. Give them everything they want, and we're still going to convict your guy. It's that simple. Just give the defense what they're requesting. You look like the good guy. You are being completely open about everything that exists or doesn't exist, and you leave it at that. Don't look like you're hiding evidence, Mr. Prosecutor. I have won more cases when the juries think that the police or the prosecutors were acting dirty, suspicious,
Right.
withholding evidence. The jury will punish you for that.
See what I'm saying? Like, duh. Like, they will. All you have to do is think about OJ.
Yeah.
Like, there was so much. His freaking blood was at the crime scene. Their blood was in his freaking Bronco. Right? Like, come on. And when there's a question of the prosecution or a question of the investigators, like he said, they punish you. And what the hell did they do? If I did it, I'm going to write a book and we're going to have an interview and I'm going to answer questions if I was the one that committed the crime. Dude, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, I didn't commit it, but I'm going to sit down. I'm going to have an interview. I'm going to write a book and I'm going to tell you how. And then what was creepy is when you hear the interview where he discusses the book and him answering like he, if I did it, this is how I would have done it. And it's crazy how he talks about it because he's talking about other people, meeting other people, being with other people, like naming them, like calling them names and shit. Not just saying, yeah, another person. No, he's like, yeah, Charlie. Like, crazy. Like, come on. Oh, the glove this is the thing, Risa. The glove was a fucking a fumbaloo by Chris Darden. That dude couldn't keep his fucking emotions in check, yo, during that trial. That dude was a loose fucking cannon in that courtroom. The dude was having fucking baby fits in the courtroom during the trial. In the very beginning, dude was having baby fits. Like, it was crazy. It was, do you need to take a break? No, I don't need a break. And then, Marsha Thompson, I just want to say that he does a stellar job and this and that. And it's crazy because there was discussions about that glove and how they didn't want that to happen because, hello, it's the glove if you're going to get a glove, get the same size of glove from the fucking store. Don't get a glove that's been soaked and dried in blood. What do you think's going to happen to a leather glove that was not only soaked but then dried with blood? Hello. And then you're expecting somebody with latex gloves? Come on now. Anybody own a pair of leather gloves? Leather gloves don't just slip on. Leather gloves you got to pull on and pull down on the finger. If anybody's ever owned some, you got to push down on your fingers even just to get them to fit because they're so tight. How in the hell are you supposed to put even a glove from a store with latex gloves. That's why the prosecution didn't want to do it. Darden was the one that got all fucking emotional and then just jumped up and said, well, how about you try on the glove? And then the prosecution team was like, what the fuck, Chris? Because they weren't supposed to do it. But he was such a loose cannon. He was the one that got frustrated and said, well, how about you try on the glove? And then that's when the defense was like, yes, because they already knew bloody dried glove, latex glove. Don't take your arthritis medicine so your knuckles swell up, OJ, just in case. And then look what happens. Come on. It's not about the glove. The glove, come on, anybody could have said, hey, let's get the same size of glove from the fucking store. Try it on without a latex glove and let's see how that one fits because it's the same size as that one. It's just the condition it would have been in when you were wearing it before it came off and fell where it fell, right? That's how easy you could have argued the glove don't fit. Okay, get me the same size of glove from the fucking store and don't use a latex glove. It's that simple. The glove shit, it's a catchy line. You could have easily overcame it, but at that point you couldn't have because of all the other shit dealing with the investigative team. And like he was saying right here, when you can sit there and say that the investigative team could have been hiding or altering evidence, well then there you go. There you go. They will punish you, especially the prosecution. The prosecution fucked up big time. Big time. But yeah, like Risa, seriously, if they were really gonna do it, don't you think like this is what I would have done? I probably would have I don't I would have wanted him to try on a glove. You know what I'm saying? If there's a glove that was sitting there, I would have already went into trial expecting to have him try on a glove, and I already would have had a couple pairs of the damn glove, same damn size, and I probably would even get a size lower and a size higher too, just in case. But I definitely would have had, okay, OJ, can I jury, size whatever. Jury, here's the evidence glove, size whatever. Same glove, same glove, same glove. Okay, now try this on. No latex glove. Even if your knuckles are swollen from arthritis, that glove, you ain't going, uh, 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 you ain't doing that with the glove with listen, your fingers are going in. It may get to the knuckles and then, but let's come on. It would have been so easy to combat. All right, give me 1 second. That was that of Koberger's trial. We did cover the boat thing, and let me see here. We did cover the boat thing. Now, I wanted to kind of go in. Shout out to Yoli and Andrew D. Myers. We were talking about their show yesterday. We'll get into that in a future Idaho show. I kind of want to. Where are we at here? We're an hour and a half. Let me see here. I don't want to go too far. And I wanted to check out that Andrea Burkhart episode about the FBI hiding the cell phone data. Because they don't even have the cast data. Ann Taylor even said in the last couple court hearings, she don't even have the cast data, yo. She don't have the video showing specifically Koberger. She don't have the cast data.
Or the matching audio to the
Right.
piece of the, yeah.
Right. That's why she's saying they're hiding evidence. Where was that? Polygraph test. Yeah, here it is. Evidence is being withheld. Right here.
Now to the latest out of Idaho. During a recent court appearance, the attorney representing Brian Kohberger said that prosecutors are withholding information from the defense team. His attorney argues that 2 upcoming hearings this month should be made public and says prosecutors have not provided the full video that allegedly shows Kohberger's white Hyundai by that home where the 4 students were killed. Kohberger's attorney also arguing that the case should be continued to be made public. The prosecuting deputy attorney rebutting, though, saying that while the trial will be public, not all of the hearings should be due to the information being discussed. Now, Kohberger is accused of stabbing and killing Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin in their home just off of the university's campus back in November of 2022. Here now to discuss the very latest developments in this case, News Nation legal analyst and criminal trial attorney Sarah Azari. Sarah, thanks for joining us on this tonight.
Good to be with you, Natasha.
So, Sarah, the families of the victims are so frustrated right now. They're speaking out saying that this case is turning into what they are calling a hamster wheel of motions, hearings, and delayed decisions. What do you make of Kohberger's attorney's latest claims?
Yeah, you know, I empathize with the families of these victims. It's difficult to be waiting for justice in such a horrific case and not really understanding that these are not delays for the sake of delay. The biggest, I think the heaviest claim, the recent claims that Ann Taylor's made, to me is the one that stands out is the idea that the prosecution is withholding evidence. That's really, really important. And you pointed out the video. You know, we're past the idea that we don't have everything and not everything is ready. Now it's intentional. Ann Taylor has been very careful about saying in these motions that she's not accusing the prosecution of withholding evidence. And now she's saying they are withholding evidence because we're coming up on almost 2 years since the crime.
Right.
And discovery should be complete.
Right.
There's a price to pay. The defendant.
The stuff that she's asking for should have been made available the day that they arrested him because they're using that shit to arrest him in the first place. And if you don't have it all, how in the hell are you arresting him? The way that you did. The way that you did. Like, they didn't bring him in for questioning. They didn't ask him for a freaking DNA sample. They didn't do none of that shit. They had a team fucking blow through the doors and the windows at 3 in the fucking morning. Didn't bring him in for questioning. Didn't pull him over. Because are you going to tell me that he didn't fucking go nowhere when he got home? He was home for a couple weeks already by the time he was arrested. You're going to tell me he didn't go to fucking Burger King? You're going to tell me he didn't go to the gas station? You're going to tell me he didn't go to a bank? You're going to tell me he didn't go to a store? You're going to tell me he didn't go nowhere where you could have fucking pulled him over and said, hey, we need to bring you down to the station. We need hey, you're being, you're being looked at. You're a person of interest. We want to ask you some questions. We want to take a DNA sample. Do you have a problem with that? They didn't do none of that shit. They didn't do none of it. You're going to tell me they couldn't have pulled him over going to fucking Sam's Club with his mom or something? You had to blow through his doors and his windows at 3 in the morning at the last minute. Come on.
Is deprived of his right to a fair.
If you're doing that, you should have had the shit already. And the shit that Ann Taylor needs, come on. If you used it in the PCA to get him, you should have it already.
Trial.
You should have it.
The judge might say that the evidence is kept out, doesn't get to come in at trial. And, we're seeing this in the Scott Peterson case. If some of this is Brady evidence, decades later, if Kohberger's convicted, it could pave the way to an exoneration. So it's a very serious accusation. And I think it's true.
Yeah, that is such an important point. And, you know, let's talk about the alibi here. Koberger's attorneys claiming he does have an alibi for the night that these 4 students were murdered. They claim that he was driving in several areas outside of that town that evening, that he was not near the home. Prosecutors now argue that his alibi comes up short of the legal standard. They are urging the judge to reject it. It seems like an easy way to confirm his whereabouts would be to use his cell phone data. But we see prosecutors saying that information does not rise to the level of an alibi. Cell phone data has been used in other cases as evidence, so why shouldn't it be used in this case?
I think there's got to be some reason forensically that his data maybe is not conclusive of where he was. But let's talk about cell tower data. The idea of connectivity of his phone to cell towers. Up until now, prosecutors have been saying the fact that his phone was not connecting to the cell towers that were,
Sorry, I just noticed that the volume was like set to half. I'm sorry about that.
connected to the area around the crime scene. That means he's a savvy murderer. He was the guy who slayed these 4 people and then turned off his phone. But now suddenly, when he's trying to use same cell data, from towers in a different area to show that he was somewhere else, which is what an alibi is, somehow now it's inadequate. I mean, that's kind of convenient. I think that inadequacy and reliability of cell data evidence is something that the jury will ultimately decide, and it's going to be a battle of experts. But an alibi is an alibi, that the person was not at the crime scene, they were somewhere else at that time, and that it's corroborated. And in the age of digital footprints and cell data, why not have it corroborated by cell data information and also experts who can testify about it?
News Nation legal analyst Sarah Azari on the.
Hello, here's the video for it. Good video. Right here. I'm going to go into something that was, I think this article, January 10th, 2023. So this article is a year and a half old. And it talks about how police actually cracked the Idaho killing case. We're going to go into that here in a second. Old ass article I'm going to share with you. And let me see. Let me check one more thing, and then we're going to transition to the Mica Miller segment here in about 15 minutes. We'll get into these other episodes here in the next show, probably tomorrow. Discuss some more Idaho4. We're going to be discussing some more Idaho4 more and more here. I would like to get into the law office of Andrew D. Myers. Shout out Yoli and him. I'd love to have both of them on again sometime. And then also we're going to check out that Andrea Burkhart episode about the cell phone location data. One more News Nation video, and then I'm going to read that article for you guys.
Brian Koberger, charged with first-degree murder in the deaths of 4 Idaho college students, will be in court multiple times this week. Koberger is accused of killing the 4 students back in November of 2022, 18 months since their deaths, and still no trial date has been set. The judge in the case is expected to decide on the defense's request for a change of venue. The defense team also claims the prosecution is withholding key evidence from them. Joining me now is criminal defense attorney and host of True Crime Daily Sidebar podcast, Joshua Ritter. Joshua, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well,
everybody?
Joshua. The judge has closed both court hearings to the public. Why would he do that? The defense team wants to keep the hearings public. Why would the benefit be for them to keep it closed and keep all this behind closed doors?
I think the judge is very aware of the amount of media attention that this case has been getting, especially on the internet. There's a lot of cyber sleuths, if you want to call them that, who've been following this case and just dissecting every piece of information that's been released. So these hearings, at least one of them is going to include discussions about a lot of evidence, some of which will be used at trial. And I think he's just sensitive to the idea of having that discussion candidly in court and not having that disseminated to the public and perhaps affecting a potential jury pool. So it's just kind of a caution.
Did he watch the? Maybe he didn't. I don't understand why this is what I don't understand. Why does News Nation, Vinny on Court TV, these other programs, why in the fuck do they have people that are coming on these shows to have commentary where they don't even watch. Like they don't even watch. They go on there to talk about the area, but they've never been there. Like I don't understand it. They just pick people that agree with certain narratives or something. I don't understand it. I don't even know who this guy is. I'd never seen him that much on News Nation. I don't even know who he is. So I don't know what kind of relationship, or what kind of angle he's at. Because Banfield's all BK being guilty as hell. And this guy sounds like he didn't even watch the court hearing. And he sounds like he's already, like, dude, how in the hell? What the hell was Bill Thompson arguing anything? I mean, we saw the punk from The Witness from Ann Taylor where they played the same video of Bill Thompson telling everybody to share it with your social people. Let everybody know, get it out there, share it. And what is he talking about? Like, I don't understand. These people have such a huge platform. I don't get it. Like Nancy Grace, I cannot watch that episode. I might watch it in the background because I don't want to watch it on a show. Because I'm afraid I'll be like, at least watching it in the background, I can just laugh it off while I'm doing something, I could just laugh it off. When I'm watching a show, I'm like zoned in, focused, and then I'll be like, Nancy, no. But yeah, this guy, like, what the hell are they talking about? We're talking about judge will likely move Brian Kohberger trial. But yet he's talking about the prosecution complaining about stuff being put out there that shouldn't. So I don't know what he's talking about. And I don't think the judge wants to move the trial. I'm telling the judge he should. Because, dude, you're not going to look good in the long run if you stick around and be, the way that you've done this and the way how chaotic it's going to be if it stays up there. Dude, if you're worried about your legacy, it ain't gonna end good for you because you're already looking like a buffoon. If you wanna look good, dude, hey, the trial needs to go somewhere, Boise. It needs to go there to have, for all parties, for truth and justice. Moscow can't handle it. Boise can. And I can't, he can't drive, what is it, like 6-7 hours, I think how long is Boise from Moscow? Isn't it like 6 hours? I'm not from there, so I don't know. And it like 6 hours or something? Because I know it's like at the top of the state, and then isn't Boise towards the bottom? So I think you're traveling damn near the whole state. I guess I could look it up. I mean,
so it'll be 6 hours each.
It's got to be a drive. I don't know. Let me look. Moscow, Idaho to Boise, Idaho. 5 hours and 33 minutes. So, yeah, and it's it's basically like here's towards the bottom, Boise's towards the bottom, Moscow's towards the top. But 5 hours and 33 minutes is what it would take. You know damn well judge ain't driving no 5 hours and 33 minutes without traffic, traffic jam, whatever. He ain't driving that far. So if he wants to keep his legacy intact, dude, let the trial go to Boise. I can't drive 6 hours. Let somebody else handle it, man. Like, I'm sure somebody in Boise could handle it because it doesn't look like when you have them telling you how to do your damn job.
Yeah.
You're like, your excuse, it's been used a few times. I cover other cases.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Well, Judge, can you figure out a specific day of the week or maybe a time where we can just expect in the future? Well, I mean, I got all these other cases. Yeah, who cares about Billy's fucking parking ticket, bro? I mean, reschedule Billy's parking ticket if it's on a Wednesday. Billy, I'm sorry, we have a quadruple murder case here going on. Your parking ticket we're gonna have to move it up to Tuesday or Thursday. Okay, I mean it's not that hard. So when
Well, you'd be happy about it. Yeah.
when you give examples and reasons like that to like to like fuck it, well, I cover a lot of other cases, dude. Come on, man. This is the most not only the most horrific, but actually think about it, the most important for his legacy too.
All of them,
because this is the most important case he's ever had to handle. I can imagine. So wouldn't you want to like make sure that if you are worried about time, then who cares about Billy's parking ticket? Who cares about Susie's stealing a ham from a grocery store? Like, who cares about that stuff? That stuff can be you can toss that shit anywhere on the docket. Give the prosecution and the defense, give them a freaking every 2 weeks on a Wednesday and a Friday. There you go. Every 2 weeks on a Wednesday and a Friday. That way we keep it moving. Everybody knows what the deadlines are. Nobody's guessing. We can keep it moving. It keeps at a steady pace. We make sure that the right thing is happening. And we can also take care of Billy and Susie in the meantime. I don't know. I was thinking this video is going to be talking about how the judge is going to likely move the trial. I don't think he's moving the date because he wants that thing ASAP. And right now we're looking at a year from now. I was thinking it was a video about moving the trial from Moscow to Boise because, come on, we all know that I could show you guys videos of me driving through the streets of Moscow, Idaho, and literally show you how most of those streets are only one because they allow parking on one side, sometimes both. And I'm telling you right now, no matter there's parking on one side or on both, you barely have room for two cars going down the road. I mean, and if you're talking about a whole bunch of reporters and I mean, come on, think about it. You saw OJ. This is going to be way bigger than OJ media wise. I mean, how there's going to be people getting ran over, accidents, traffic jams. I mean, it's going to be fucking nuts. And to sit there and think that, whoa, that's weird. To sit there and think that that they could handle it. It's just it's not possible. It's not. So I'm gonna watch this because we started to check it out. I thought it was gonna be talking about something else. We'll see. I don't know. It sounds to me like more propaganda. Yeah, Bill Thompson, he's in a bad position. I feel sorry for the guy. With this, I don't know what the hell he's got going on in the background there. I don't know what that shit is. What is that? You got some books, a candle. What the hell is this thing? Is that like a case with like a little rock garden thing and a rake? What is this shit? On a shelf? And then a plant. It's, I mean, come on, it's got to be
It's a fake plant, right? Yeah.
It has to be. Like, look at that plant and look at how small the pot is. I mean, come on. Come on. All right. It's got to be. I don't understand. Look at how perfect. Look, it's like a perfect position in between each of those shelves.
It is.
Wow.
That's when you say that.
Look, it's like literally
It's like you measured it against his
inch
head.
on each side. It's like squared up, straight up. Damn. Damn. His camera's his camera's a little off though, because I see more wall between the edge of the shelf on the right side to the right edge of the screen than from the left edge of that shelf to the left side of the screen. You got more room on the right side. You got to move your camera a little bit. Oh, it
No.
just threw his whole background off. Now he's got to like shift everything. It's not going to be good.
He'll have to just move. Yeah.
All right, let's see what he says. Probably dumb shit.
Especially on the internet, there's a lot of cyber sleuths, if you want to call them that, who've been following this case and just dissecting every piece of information that's been released. So these hearings, at least one of them, is going to include discussions about a lot of evidence, some of which will be used at trial. And I think he's just sensitive to the idea of having that discussion candidly in court and not having that disseminated to the public and perhaps affecting a potential jury pool. So it's just kind of a caution on the part of the judge to make sure that that doesn't take place.
Joshua, you've been covering this from the beginning, and I know that you've heard all kinds of theories. Also, the hearings are taking place in the county seat of Latah, which is Moscow, Idaho's population, roughly 26,000 people.
How? Okay. Maybe I'm confused. How do you pronounce? I thought it was Latah County. I don't know. How do you pronounce it a certain way? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I haven't covered. How do you pronounce it? Do you pronounce it Latah?
Latar, but I heard Bill Thompson say Latar, so
Yeah,
I say Latar.
I heard Latah too. What? Latah.
Lata, that sounds like a coffee, really.
Well, it was like a record skip. Lata. It was like a record skip. Hold on. I've never. I don't know.
Seat of.
I've never seen either of these two guys before, and they've been covering it the whole time. I don't know what happened. Ashley go on suspension or something? We got two new. The guest and Ashley got on suspension. You know, like we got two new people. I don't know who the hell these people are, but they've been covering it since the beginning. Latah
County, which is Moscow, Idaho's population, roughly.
Latah. I'm sorry, Latah.
Which is Moscow, Idaho's population, roughly 26,000 people. You've heard all kinds of theories. Also, the hearings are taking place in the county seat of Latah County, which is Moscow, Idaho's population, roughly 26,000 people.
He stopped at Floyd's too, y'all.
Do you expect the judge to move this high-profile case to a different location?
He stopped at Floyd's.
That does seem like the way things might be going, especially with the defense has been taking this this poll that there was a lot of discussion about previously. They've been actually doing a telephone poll with people in the area to see how much they know already about the case. The defense is very concerned about how this has affected that community, and I think rightfully so. That it's a small enough community that this seems to be the only thing folks were talking about for a very long period of time. And as it continues to come up in the news, it seems to be the only thing that they talk about. So they're concerned that somehow a jury pool will have already made up their minds about this absolute tragedy that struck their community. So they're making their best efforts to have it moved. And I seem to think that the judge is leaning in that direction.
Yeah, Joshua, anytime you have 4 college students killed randomly, that definitely can be top of mind for people in that community. Now, Kohlberger's defense is saying that the prosecution is not giving them the evidence connected.
See, he just plays checkers. See his tie. That's why he said that. He just plays checkers. Look at his tie.
Absolute tragedy that struck their community.
This is common sense. I mean, whoa, what an expert opinion.
So they're making their best efforts to have it moved. And I seem to think that the judge is leaning in that direction.
Joshua, anytime you have 4 college students killed randomly, that definitely can be top of mind for people in that community.
Yeah, that's why you have a checker tie, because that's common sense. It's like it's a top priority in any community, right?
It doesn't need much.
Rosie, you don't even live in America, and I bet it's a top priority for your community, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Just making sure. Just making sure.
Now, Kohlberger's defense is saying that the prosecution is not giving them the evidence connected to this crime that they are entitled to. Typically, how do judges generally rule in situations like these where one side allegedly isn't giving all the evidence that they're supposed to be giving up?
Usually a lot of deference is given to the defense because they're the ones who are playing catch up. Much of this evidence is in the control or custody of the prosecution. And the rules say that simply they should be turning all of that over. It's not up to the prosecution to decide what the defense gets or what the prosecution plans on using, therefore what the defense should have access to. It's really their responsibility to turn everything over and the judge to make the decision whether or not that's actually admissible in court. And so they have, I think, some legs to stand on here when it comes to some of the requests regarding cell phone evidence or tests that were conducted by the prosecution. But the problem is the prosecution is saying, listen, we just don't have some of what they're asking for. Some of it were tests conducted by the FBI and we don't have it ourselves. So how do you expect us to turn it over? So we'll see how the judge hashes that out today and later this week.
Criminal defense attorney Joshua Ritter. Josh, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, here's the article. I'm going to read to you guys real quick, and then we're going to get to some of the Mica Miller stuff. And let me switch my screen here. Let's go to this. Let me put us. Go in like. Go like that. All right. How police actually cracked, and here's the link for you so you can have it for yourself. How police actually cracked the Idaho killings case. This was dated January 10th, 2003. I'm sorry, 2023 at 6:19 p.m. by Heather Tall Murphy. Cool little picture there. Investigators used forensic genealogy to zero in on suspect Brian Kohberger, but they aren't saying so. Again, January 10th, 2023. This was just a couple weeks after the arrest, 5 days after the PCA was publicly released. It says around 4 a.m. on November 13th, a masked man broke into a house about a mile from the University of Idaho campus and stabbed 4 students. Then he walked past a stunned, surviving roommate and left. By the time police arrived, Kaylee Consalvis, Madison Mogan, 2 21-year-old best friends, and Ethan Chapin and Xana Knodel, 2 20-year-olds who were dating, were dead. Early on in the investigation, the Moscow Police Department became interested in a white Hyundai Elantra that surveillance footage had captured near the house that morning. Police compiled lists of white Hyundai Elantras spanning from 2011 to 2016. Well, it wasn't 2016 until the arrest. It was 2011 to 2013 until the arrest. Kohberger has a 2015, so it became a 2011 to a 2016 after the arrest. An affidavit released last week revealed that on November 29th, just 2 weeks after the crime, these techniques succeeded in identifying a 2015 Elantra registered to Brian Kohberger, a 28-year-old criminology student at nearby Washington State University. And yet, it would be another month before police arrested Kohberger and charged him with the murders. All the while, investigators would keep pleading for more tips about Elantras. That's because it was not Kohberger's Elantra that had elevated him to a priority person of interest. Rather, according to a law enforcement source familiar with the investigation with whom I spoke, a key reason police focused on Kohberger as a likely suspect had to do something that is never mentioned in the 18-page affidavit: forensic genealogy. So according to this reporter, somebody in law enforcement familiar with the investigation, which is probably one of the officers, because it's about that clout. You hear them all in their videos and shit. They're badasses, right? It was only after investigators utilized a technique. I mean, hell, you saw how they act with all the girls in the body cams. Come on. It was only after investigators utilized a technique reliant on genetic genealogy databases to determine who'd left the DNA on a tan leather knife sheath that police requested a search warrant for Koberger's phone records. According to this source, up until that point in late December, just like I've been saying, up until that point in late December, he hadn't stood out among all the other Elantra owners. He was in a pool, just wasn't standing out. The source said something that is reinforced by a close, informed reading of the affidavit. The source said that. You can read in the affidavit with informed reading that he wasn't a suspect until that took place. The precise way forensic genealogy helped investigators zero in on Koberger hasn't been previously reported. This is one of the most high-profile cases in which this relatively new ethically contentious method has been used so soon after a crime has been committed, and it will likely influence how law enforcement approaches it going forward. Though multiple news outlets, including CNN and ABC News, reported that forensic genealogy helped with the case, none has explained how it was used or why it did not appear in the affidavit. That's how and why matters. For one thing, it shows that a method known mostly for solving old cases can apply to ones that are still hot. That may increase demand for an emerging field that already experiencing a boom. The use of forensic genealogy also underlines that the current storyline about how police identified their subject, which some are suggesting is a model, is missing pivotal details. According to numerous genetic genealogists, the case embodies an emerging trend of leaving out any mention of forensic genealogy from court documents and press conferences. The Idaho affidavit's thoughtful omission of any reference to genealogy as forensic DNA analysis, Tiffany Roy put it, has reignited a heated debate among investigative genealogists, lawyers, detectives, and other forensic experts about the wisdoms of this strategy. When we heard Vargas, C.C. Moore talk about it, they talk about it being an art, not a science, because you're manipulating things to get a result. You're taking things that didn't exist and putting them in places that they didn't belong in order to get the results that you're getting. The people involved in Koberger's arrest will be weighing in anytime soon on January 3rd. Shortly after Moscow police announced the arrest, a judge in Idaho issued a gag order prohibiting, and let me see here. Now it goes into more stuff about the PCA, nothing about the genealogy. Okay, talks about pain. Okay, and so on. In the end, investigators would turn to an alternative way of identifying DNA, which rose to prominence following the 2018 arrest of Joseph James D'Angelo, a former police officer, in what's widely referred to as the Golden State Killer case. After decades of dead ends, investigators helped triangulate the identity of the mystery man who terrorized California in the 70s and 80s, committing at least 13 murders and many more R's by using partial genetic matches to relatives in genealogy databases at the building of an enormous family tree. Since then, law enforcement agencies across the country have used this technique to identify suspects and victims in hundreds of cases. Most of these cases went cold decades ago, but regardless of how long a lab has been storing the DNA. A first step involves processing the DNA in a way that enables an upload to a genealogy database. That is not something police labs can do because genealogists rely on a different, essentially far more informative type of DNA analysis, said Samantha Blatt, a biological anthropologist at Idaho State University who has worked on forensic genealogy cases in Idaho. Uh, I wonder if she has did some work. She works at the Idaho State University lab, and I bet you Idaho State Police use the state university labs. Idaho State Police has a contract with Orthram, a forensic genealogy company, to conduct genealogy testing, according to a July 2021 memo. They declined to comment. Let's see. Once the DNA profile is ready, it gets uploaded to GEDmatch or Family Tree DNA. If not both, they are two primary genealogy sites that permit some types of law enforcement, but there's other ones that don't, and you know the back door. You know, we've even Yoli even did the 23andMe, and she didn't even know. She had to like actually look up how to turn off the setting that allowed her data to be used for investigative purposes. She actually had to they make it difficult for you. You automatically assume that they're not going to be, and you think it's something that you have to opt in. No, you're already opted in automatically. You have to change the setting.
Oh.
So it could literally be like, say you didn't want to have it and you're not familiar with the setting before you get the test or whatever, right? You could literally still be part of the investigative system, even if it's for 5 minutes before you then change the setting. Isn't that scary? So they could literally, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do this in the future, where they can literally get around it because you're going to be opted in automatically first. So they could hurry it. Well, you were part of the database. We can't remove your data. Once you were part of the database, sorry, they don't have to tell you. Once your data's in there and you have to shut it off, well, your data has already been uploaded. It can already be captured. It could, it is what it is. So the fact that they're not automatically opted out doesn't make sense to me. Not one bit. Yeah, she had to go into her own settings. She had to look it up because it's not even like on your normal. You actually have to go to like a certain section of it and then go to this part, and then you can update. So here's that article. It's quite a lengthy one, but it's kind of interesting how somebody said, yeah, it wasn't the vehicle, just like we've been saying. It wasn't the vehicle until they arrested him. They arrested him because of this IGG stuff, the whole stuff. Ann Taylor's like, how did you get to my client? The stuff that Bill Thompson saying, hey, we just got a tip. We just got a tip. But when you look at how the PCA's worded, boy, it sure does sound like that DNA is rock solid, don't it?
Yeah, I've kind of been wondering because I see a lot of articles bring up that Golden State case. Do you think it makes a difference that was a serial case? So there's like lots of samples.
Right. That's what I'm
saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Because when you're talking like that's real, with that kind of stuff, because there's got to be samples all over the place, whether they were collected properly or not, who knows. But the way that they can, the way that they can do DNA now, you can compartmentalize it all, separate it, and still get readings now when you couldn't before. With this DNA, Rosie, you know, it's like this DNA is in the most protected area of the sheath itself, inside the button snap, the most protected area of a knife sheath. So that DNA could have been there from when he, you know, had his thumb, opened it up, shut it, sold it to a pawn shop. 6 months later, a couple months, who knows? It could somebody buys it, gives it to one of the victims as a gift for protection, because we all know that they had knives around there for protection. And with how the knife sheath was there and the different types of injuries that are being stated, who said it was even a K-bar, and I think the K-bar was taken as a souvenir for the person that committed the crime. And with the DNA on the sheath, I mean, you're talking 20 some skin cells. And who says it wasn't at a pawn shop for 6 months? You can't say it was or wasn't. To say that that's beyond a reasonable doubt that this person committed the crime.
Yeah.
I bet you if it was their son's DNA inside the most protected area of the sheath, they wouldn't be saying that shit. They'd be like, hey, that's reasonable doubt. Yeah, because it's like this case changed how I shop at stores. When it came to the DNA stuff and the inside of the button snap, I quit touching everything at the fucking stores.
Yeah, no, I know.
I did.
Yeah.
It used to be I love going to stores. I don't have to buy anything. I love just going to stores and looking at different things, you know. And I used to do that, you know, when I'd go shop, and it'd take me so long to go shop. And I'm like, man, ooh, look at this. And I'd be like, you know, just whatever. And then now I go buy it, and I'm like, if I don't need it, or if I'm not really thinking about it, there ain't no reason for me to pick it up.
Yeah.
Because who knows? Who knows? Let's see if there's anything breaking here. And then we're going to switch to some of this Mica Miller stuff. Rust, Alec Baldwin. That, I can't stand him. That dude. You accidentally shot the filmmaker. You know? Own up to it, bro. Putting on a sob story. You're an actor. You can do a sob story. No, it's called you pulled the damn trigger. You got your fucking weapons lady running all over the place, doing 3 jobs at once. You're trying to be on the cheap. You're probably demanding as hell, and we all know you're an asshole the way you talk to people outside of TV. So it's like, I can imagine.
I don't know about him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sad situation. All right. I'm not seeing anything breaking. So we'll be talking some more Idaho4 here. Here again, some court dates coming up. And we got plenty more stuff I want to kind of check out. Now, I'm going to switch to Mica Miller's stuff here. Nancy Grace had an episode last night about the FBI getting called in. We're going to watch some more of that. She does a great job on these other ones. Mica Miller, there's a video about the South Carolina gun laws. I don't understand why people are talking about the gun laws. Okay, like people, like, I don't understand. She's getting it for protection according to her family. Just because was she in a maybe because she just recently was released from a mental institution? I can see that. But at the same time, it's not like she was her fucking pastor husband going out there committing all these fucking felonies and misdemeanors and shit.
Yeah.
You know, it's a different story. So I don't know. I wanted to watch that video too about the gun laws regarding South Carolina. Now, this is I don't know. Do you guys watch Justin on TikTok a lot? Because I have a question.
I don't.
Because okay, I keep seeing every video, and I'm just wondering if it's really like, major updates, more updates, major updates, explosive updates. I'm seeing all this, crazy update, crazy update. Is it really crazy updates? I watch the minute or 2 minute videos and stuff like that. These are like an hour. Is it really crazy freaking updates or what? Because I don't want to, I could watch them in the background and not waste y'all 45 minutes if it's just, you know what I mean? Let me know. But we're going to watch this video talking about the gun laws. I guess the pastor's son was arrested. JLR went to that. I suppose we could check that out for a few. I don't know what he was arrested for. But I do want to get into this Nancy Grace episode, and then let me know about the Justin on TikTok, because like a lot of good information, and I'm used to just watching the 2 minute videos or whatever, but I've been seeing like these 45 or hour lives, and it's like explosive updates, crazy updates, major updates, and I'm like, whoa, is that
Yeah.
No.
No.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Like, is it really? Or is it, all right. This is JLR. We'll check this out real quick just for a second and see what he's got going on when it talks about the son was arrested or something. We'll see. Let's check this out. So this is JLR, and then we'll get to that South Carolina gun video. Then we'll get to that Nancy Grace video after that.
John Paul.
Okay, so let's see here. Let's skip ahead.
We're also going to talk about something interesting, right? And I titled this video, Pastor's Son Arrested.
And I'm going to speed it up 1.25. There we go.
And this right here, folks, his name is Logan. And he is Pastor John Paul Miller's son. If you put them side by side, they look like each other, right? They look pretty similar. Well, this is it frustrates me so much, because you hear the term, the apple doesn't fall from the tree. He's been arrested this year, and twice, matter of fact, in December and January of this year, for domestic violence. And I'm going to share some information because, again, apple doesn't fall from the tree. And the shocking details of what was going on in his household towards a female.
Good morning, everybody.
It's very, very disturbing, and it's very parallel to what Mica was going through in her household with this guy.
With a bottle?
Also, folks, years ago, Pastor Reginald Wayne Miller, which is the father of him, he put out a note to the judge saying that he wanted this guy in their home together. It's just so, it really gets to me. Considering, what we have learned from this case, and, what Mica was subjected to. It's really, really frustrating. And I don't like anyone that does anything to females. I just don't like it. It really ticks me off. It really ticks me off. I really taken this case personally on top of the reporting, because no one should be subjected to any type of DV in any household. And it's just horrifying. Let's talk about the pastor's son. This is an article that came out January 8th, 2024. 2024, at the same time Mica is getting away from her husband, this guy's doing his own things inside his home. Conway man accused of hitting woman over the head with glass bottle. A Conway man was charged with first-degree DV on Sunday, according to the Horry County Police Department. Logan Ryan Hardy was arrested in connection to a domestic incident that took place around 2:30 on Sunday. Yeah, church day. Imagine that. Church day, Sunday. Officials responded to a domestic call at Hagewood Circle in Conway, and upon arrival, saw a victim slumped against the wall and going in and out of consciousness, according to the police report. The victim also had a small laceration on her right hand and said that she had pain in her head and her left shoulder, according to officials. The victim said that there was an argument between herself and Hardy, and that Hardy began to break items belonging to her. Hardy allegedly pushed the victim down and grabbed her cell phone as she was attempting to call for help. Hardy is accused of then hitting the woman in the back of the head with a glass bottle and fleeing the home.
The back of a head?
JP's son. And it happened this year.
The back of her head? Holy shit.
Yeah.
The back of her damn head? Dude, are you trying to like... My gosh, that is so dangerous. The back of somebody's head. Like that's where... like your spinal cord is... you know what I mean? Like, dude.
Yeah.
Like that's a part of your brain that will fucking paralyze your ass real quick.
Yeah.
And came back when cops called him, slap on the wrist, he ran off. Yo, how many freaking police officers go to this church, yo? How in the fuck? What the hell? That's crazy.
Here. EMS was called to the scene due to the victim's condition, and she was transported to the hospital for treatment.
Oh my gosh.
Police said they eventually contacted Hardy through a phone call. According to the police report, Hardy agreed to turn himself over to law enforcement at the Subway restaurant at Wright Boulevard and Church Street. Hardy told the police that the victim had shredded his personal documents and that he broke the victim's computer in retaliation.
What?
Pastor John Paul Miller's son. What's your thoughts? He has multiple kids, but this is one example of another. Many of examples of mirroring. Butterfly says it. JP's son is mirroring JP. It's the same thing Mica was going through in her home. There's lots of things we still don't know yet that happened inside the home with JP and Mica. Mica goes through the divorce process, files for divorce in mid-October against JP. She leaves. And while that's going on, his own son's doing the same thing in his household.
Jeez. Probably because of what you saw. What you saw growing up.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say that.
My gosh. And then look. You got... so here's an article. SC's pastor's father calls Mica Miller a very, very sick woman, bashes claims son drove her to S report. The father of the pastor, whose wife was found fatally shot at a North Carolina state park, claimed she was already a very, very sick woman. As he defended his son following allegations that he drove her to S. Reginald Miller, 75, said his son J.P. Miller, 44, had nothing to do with the death of his daughter-in-law, Mica Miller, 30, who died in Lumber River State Park on April 27th. The sheriff's office said she died from a self-inflicted wound after reportedly crying for several minutes, although Mica's family alleges that she was driven to do so by JP, who she had filed for divorce from. Miller claimed she was already suffering from a mental illness and had tried to do it before. Mica was a very, very sick young woman, he said in a statement to the Mail. All have been covered up to protect her memory. I have a video of Mica where she tells last year how she took a gun to unalive herself and pulled the trigger, and the bullet locked in the gun. We saw that testimony from Africa. That was 2 weeks before she came back. Miller, who has had his own run-ins with the law for fraud and public lewdness, also claimed that just 2 weeks after her marriage, JP, his son, had to stop her when he suddenly began shooting up the neighborhood. She spent the first 3 weeks in mental facility, and all the time since then, he claims her family refused to believe how sick she was. He's saying she suddenly began shooting up the neighborhood.
That doesn't sound right.
Well, if you look at this person's past, if you look at this person's past, you know, the dad, you should see what he's got. He's got lewd acts with undercover fucking cops, male undercover cops, lewd acts, all sorts of shit, man.
Yeah.
The dude is so sketchy himself. It's not good. And everybody, it's like his lawyer, you know, she's so sick, she suffered this and this and this, and it's like, dude, why is everybody trying to push it on this because they want you? It's like Bill Thompson with all the evidence they have, you know, against Koberger. It's just a smoke screen.
It's just talking. Yeah.
It's a smoke screen from the truth. The dude's wanted in Pakistan, Mythical? What? Thank you, Stray. Appreciate that. No one in the neighborhood reported the shootout. It's just, it's messed up. So this is the, here's the link to this video. This is about the South Carolina gun laws.
In the wake of Mica Miller's death, which was ruled a suicide by the Robeson County Medical Examiner, people in the Palmetto State and across the country are asking how and why was she able to get a firearm so quickly and easily? Tonight, ABC 15's Emma Parkhouse is working for you, breaking down the state's laws for firearm sales and purchases and explaining why those laws can make a life or death difference. Emma.
Connor, there are actually very few laws or regulations surrounding firearm sales and purchases in South Carolina, essentially leaving the door open for almost anyone to purchase a gun. We do want to warn you that the following story does talk about suicide. In South Carolina, there aren't many laws or regulations regarding firearm sales and purchases. Laws currently in effect ban possession of guns on school campuses and government buildings, along with prohibiting felons, fugitives, stalkers, and involuntarily committed mental health patients from buying a firearm. One notable law the Palmetto State does not have on the books is the requirement for a waiting period to finalize the purchase of a firearm. Licensed therapist Sandy Quast says that waiting period can be a deciding factor when someone is having suicidal thoughts.
Statistically, like 75% of people who attempt suicide have that thought for 20 minutes or less, and then it passes. But if they take a lethal means, for instance, like a handgun, and within that time frame, you know, there's no turning back with that. A lot of times when people actually do take, let's just say, prescription drugs, or they poison themselves with some other method, they actually think about it afterwards. And this is exactly outside of that time frame. After the 20 minutes, they think, oh God, what did I do? Then they call somebody, then they get help, and then they survive.
But with a lethal method like a handgun, Quest says someone who has more immediate access to a handgun doesn't typically have a second chance to consider their choice.
If they had more time, you know, this could prevent a lot of suicides.
State law requires officials to report prohibitive mental health records into a background check system. However, South Carolina's firearm regulations create loopholes that limit access to that data. Currently, the state doesn't have age restrictions, nor does it require buyers to have a background check or permit to purchase a handgun. And while a federal background check is usually done at the time of purchase, if courts do not transmit this information to SLED within 5 days so SLED can send it to the NICS database, the individual people must remain confidential. Federal law also doesn't require sellers to conduct a background check if a firearm buyer has a state permit, meaning concealable weapons permit holders in South Carolina, they're exempt from a required federal background check. Sandy Quast says that if you see a change in behavior or depressive patterns in your loved ones, to directly ask them if they're having suicidal thoughts or ideations. This will help open up the conversation and help seek the help that they will need. Live
Do you think somebody that doesn't reach out to you about it already is going to say, yeah?
No.
You know, Sally, because you asked, right? No.
Now that you mention it, yeah, no,
Right.
I don't think it would.
Now that you mention it, no. Oh my gosh. It's 2024, y'all. Like, there's other ways to talk to people about it. Do you think they're just going to come out and say, yeah? No, they're not. They would, if they were going to talk about it, they would have reached out already. You have to go about it in a different way.
Yeah, she didn't even say just speak to them about it. She was like, just ask them if they're having ideations. Like,
Right.
just straight, just like, I was just wondering. No, I don't think so.
No. I'm sorry to hear that, Majorie. You have to, like, they're already in a shell. You have to open the shell. You can't, you know what I mean? You have to open the shell. Let me see here. So we're going to get into this Nancy Grace episode. I hope she doesn't go crazy, but I'm sure she will. Yeah. So there's so much to get into this one too. But we're going to talk about this one. This will probably take us through the rest of the show today. Let me make sure I hit the like on that one. Please hit the like here if you haven't yet. And also, if you're not subscribed to Rosie, you put out a video here recently too, with the timeline and stuff like that regarding the Mica Miller case. I'm going to share that too real quick so you guys can have that. I wish I could do as good as you do when it comes to like your graphics and stuff like that, you know, your presentations. I'm so jealous. I'm like, damn, that was so good.
Thank you.
Let me see here. Case update and discussion. So here is the link for that. It's a nice little 30-minute video, and she, like I said, like goes into, like, I wish I had the skills that you do for the presentation stuff. Amazing stuff. So definitely go check out the video, hit the like, leave a trophy or a heart or a comment, and does a great job. And we'll go into that on the next one too, because I'd like to talk. Yeah, I'd like to go through that with you on the next one, just to kind of like go into a little deeper into it, if you don't mind. So
No, of course not. I think I'll have the next one out by then anyway. So.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, definitely go check it out. This one will be the new Nancy
Bombshell.
Bombshell information. Bombshell. Always bombshell with Nancy. FBI called in. Thank God, because we already saw it was sketch from the beginning, and at least hopefully the right thing is going to take place. And let me see here. Here we go.
Bombshell tonight. The FBI now called in to investigate the shooting death of Mica Miller, the glamorous wife of a local pastor who authorities say took her own life. Mica found dead in Lumber State River Park from a gunshot wound. Her family now urging authorities to further investigate the death. This, as we learn, his ex-wife said much the same. Reports.
Is that too fast for you? Nancy's on 1.25. Is that too fast for everybody? Is she going? I already know she goes quick already, but is it too much?
I'm making sense of it. I don't know if chat's.
All right. Let me know in chat if it's too fast.
It's now surfacing the pastor not only posted, wait for it, intimate photos of Mica, his wife, online, but then apologized for his evil. Question, which evil? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
It was so creative. Everything she did was so creative. What's the next picture?
Okay. That is the estranged husband, John Paul Miller. We have guinea pigs, and sometimes they hiccup and they go, that kind of sounds like that. That is seemingly very emotional video.
What just happened?
I got guinea pigs. I gotta hear that. That's like Vinny's mic check. Mic check. Okay. Like we're playing Donkey Kong.
Okay. That is the estranged husband, John Paul Miller. We have guinea pigs, and sometimes they hiccup and they go, that kind of sounds like that. That is seemingly very emotional video.
Somebody put Vinny mic check in Nancy Grace guinea hiccup. Oh, this is awesome.
The pastor at Solid.
All right, I gotta do it one more time and then I'm done. I promise. I promise. Hold on. I gotta do it one more time.
Okay. That is the estranged husband, John Paul Miller.
Hold on, and I need to go normal speed here too. I want to hear this normal.
We have guinea pigs, and sometimes they hiccup and they go, that kind of sounds like that. That is seemingly very emotional video.
Oh my God.
The pastor at Solid Rock Ministries. He actually went on to deliver his wife's eulogy and is now claiming he tried to, quote, raise her from the dead. Now, I'm certainly not a Bible expert, but I can tell you, in the history of the earth, I've only known of one person that raised somebody from the dead, and it ain't him. Okay? With me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. Hold on. I want you to hear it from the horse's mouth. Listen.
I got this lay next to her body and spent time with her body about 4 times this week, and each time it still didn't hit me. I thought she was going to wake up. You know, I even tried to raise her from the dead one time this week, and
okay, she's not waking up. Why? Because this beautiful young preacher's wife is dead from a gunshot wound so far. We're not getting a lot of information about, for instance, trajectory path. Was the gunshot residue test run on her hands? What do we really know? We know there was a 911 call, but what more do we know? This is authorities insist this was a suicide, but friends and family insist they want the FBI to further investigate her death, and apparently that is happening. You were just seeing video from Solid Rock Ministries in a seemingly emotional eulogy. At this hour, the FBI reportedly opening an investigation after bombshells surrounding her death, including reports that her husband, John Paul Miller, posted, quote, intimate, I hate to think what that is, photos of his young wife online, and then leaving no room for, hey, did he do it or not? He apologized for his, quote, evil. And I want to warn everybody on the panel that we have just gotten a letter from the Russell B. Long attorneys at law threatening everybody if they say anything that disparages the pastor. But you know, it's really interesting that his former wife got a divorce because she claimed the preacher was having an affair on her, including with the babysitter. Who's the babysitter? Mica. Okay, back to our panel. Joining me, a special guest right now. This is Mica's sister, Sierra Francis, with us. Sierra, first of all, we are so sorry about what you and your family are going through. A lot of us on the panel have been victims of violent crime, including myself. And I think the worst possible thing that could happen is to lose your child. You're suffering from losing your sibling. And what a beautiful, beautiful girl on the inside and the outside. Tell me about your sister.
Mica was amazing. She was energetic. She was funny. She was always trying to make sure everybody around her was happy, and she was always trying to include everyone. She was very passionate about her missions trips to Kenya and nutrition. She was just an all-around wonderful, God-fearing woman.
When did she meet The preacher that became her husband?
It would have been probably in 2007, 2008 when our family moved to Myrtle Beach. Collectively, our stepfather and mother moved our whole family there, and we began to attend Solid Rock when it was a smaller congregation of maybe 30, 40 people.
How old was Mica at that time?
Probably around 13 or 14.
Is that when she met the preacher, John Paul Miller, that she would marry?
Yes, that would have been around that time.
Is it true that at that time, John Paul Miller, was her youth minister?
I believe so. I know that he was involved in pretty much every aspect of the church because it was such a small church.
I'm very curious also about everything was said in the eulogy. You know what? I'm very curious about how all this is striking you, Sierra, Mica's sister. Take a listen to this.
While Mica Miller's family and friends hold service beachside for Mica, John Paul Miller delivers a eulogy for his estranged wife, Mica Miller, at Solid Rock at Market Common. Miller seems to cry without any tears while talking about how he tried to raise Mica from the dead. Claims he laid down with his wife about 4 times, and when he took a dog tag necklace Mica had given him to the mall to get it fixed, he saw a woman wearing Mica's dress with the same tattoo and hairstyle. He calls out, "Mica!" But it was her sister. Thought he had raised Mica from the dead.
To Sister Sierra, did that really happen?
It did, and I was carrying my children at the time, and my son was very afraid, and he said, "We have to go right now."
Wow.
Why was your son afraid?
Because we're very open with my son. Mica has come to my house multiple times to get away from her estranged husband. So my son is very aware of the danger surrounding him, to the point where whenever Mica passed away and my son came home and I had to tell him that she had passed away, he said, "This is all John Paul's fault."
Whoa.
I've had a lot of women
Whoa.
that have reached out to me about situations of abuse. And I just want to tell you what a lot of people have told me lately and reminded me, because I think I forgot. I knew, but I pushed it in the back of my head just because of my situation. But you are the bride of Christ. God hates divorce. But why? According to everybody I've asked and the scriptures that I've found, it's because it hurts people. But does abuse hurt people? How do you think God feels about that?
Joining right now is another special guest, Tracy Brown, who is a body language expert, author of How to Detect Lies, Fraud, and Identity Theft. You can find her at bodylanguagetrainer.com. Tracy, thank you so much for being with us. I know you have studied Pastor John Paul Miller's movements, his speech. I was referring earlier to the hiccups, which apparently was a facsimile of crying. And I also noticed that one of his assistants came out and gave him a box of hankies, and he went, "No, I don't need that," because there didn't seem to be any actual tears.
Yeah, he kept wiping his nose. She's like the white Wendy Williams. Do you guys, know who Wendy Williams is?
No.
Okay. Here, let me bring up the picture. Okay. And you'll see why. Let me see here. So like I'm not trying to find like a crazy looking picture, but like here's one. Let's see. Will it let me? It's like some of these pictures take you to a web page and then it doesn't show the stupid video. Never mind. These websites are so full of freaking. It's the eyes. They're like bug-eyed.
I'll look.
Yeah, look up Wendy Williams, and she was a talk show host. Sorry.
Okay, I'll look now.
Just the sounds. But I'm just a layperson. I'm just a trial lawyer. What do you, the body language expert, see?
Well, we didn't see tears. We didn't see eye redness.
He wiped his nose.
The most important thing that we saw is that the emotions, the sadness got shut on and off like a light switch. And that's not how emotions work. Emotions are chemically based, and so they build slowly and they dissipate slowly. Like the chemicals have a half-life. And so this is the first indication of faked sadness here. Now, what's more important is when I profile people, because I listen closely and I want to understand, what does this person want me to know about them the most? And what he's doing throughout this whole eulogy is selling how much he has tried to please her over their life together, and also what a good guy he is. So this is the subtext of this is more of a sales pitch about what a great person he is. Now, if we dive deep into his exact words, what he does throughout this, and here's one of the statements, and this is a quote: "Everyone knew how beautiful she was on the outside. Only a spouse," okay, so he didn't say him, he said a spouse, that's distancing. "Only a spouse knows how beautiful that person is," that person, again, distances, "how beautiful that person is on the inside." So he has statements similar to this throughout the eulogy where he distances himself from her. Another one is, "Imagine being married to that," right? Which is another psychological, emotional distance statement that we see from him. And what's missing, because the other thing that I do when I profile people is I go, okay, what's missing here? What's missing are the typical things that you would hear in a eulogy from a husband, right? Which is how much he misses her, how shocked he is, because what he says is, "It hasn't hit me." He says it hasn't hit me. He says it 2 to 3 times in there. And so he's not revealing any emotional attachment to what happened. Now, he also says that he's not talking about how much he loved her. He doesn't talk about any of those things that would be typical in a speech such as this. So all these things really add up to someone who is not being genuine in their emotion. Now, we don't have a smoking gun with what he said. I'd like to see an interview with him specifically about this, but like a police interview, which I haven't seen. But we have some disturbing behavior here.
Well, as a matter of fact, isn't it true to Sierra? This is Mica's sister, who is literally speaking to us through her tears, real tears. At one point, he was trying to apologize for posting nude photos of her. I assume they were intimate, so I can only guess nude, online, and said he wanted to, quote, "attack and cause pain" for Mica. You know what? As many arguments as my husband and I have had over the years, especially since we had children, I've never wanted to hurt David. And I can honestly say he's never wanted to actually hurt me in any way, even when we're angry about some issue. But to write out, apologize for posting nude photos of your wife online and say, "I'm sorry, I wanted to attack and cause you pain."
Yes, that's very normal behavior for John Paul. He's always done that
Why
to her.
do you
He's
say
very
that?
That's what he always does. If he can't get his way, he will act as a child. He will throw a tantrum, he will cause a scene, and he will make sure that the other person suffers. And like you said, there's emails proving it.
I've had a lot of women that have reached out to me about situations of abuse. And I just want to tell you what a lot of people have told me lately and reminded me, because I think I forgot. I knew, but I pushed it in the back of my head just because of my situation. But you are the bride of Christ. God hates divorce, but why? According to everybody I've asked and the scriptures that I've found, it's because it hurts people. But does abuse hurt people? How do you think God feels about that?
You know, I want our body language expert, Tracy Brown, the body language trainer, to listen to this, more of the preacher. And remember, everybody, he sent a legal threat letter stating, "Don't talk about me." Okay, let's listen to the words from the horse's mouth.
I can't wait to see her again one day. She was so creative. It was just always just coming out of her. Imagine being married to that. It was like that in our house all the time.
Dear Lord in heaven. Okay.
I wanted to ask you.
That is
Yeah. And why was his alibi with the person he was having an affair with, if that's what their home was like?
Yeah. But did you see how he interacted with that waitress in the messages that people have seen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think that's something he does? Like he tries to obtain a picture like that early on to kind of
All the time. All the time.
So that's like strategic.
It's a game. It's a game. It's for his own fetishes, but it's probably, to see how far he can go. if you're testing, well, think about it. You could be interested in somebody, but maybe, you know, you could play it off like you are. But really, if you're only about one thing, you're already asking for that shit. I mean, shit, he was already asking for it as soon as he gave her the number and they messaged a couple times. So it's like, let me see. Number one, let me see how far I can get. Number two, are you going to be cool with what I'm
Yeah.
cool with, which is obviously, you know, not anything more than physical. So,
Yeah, because that seemed so abnormal. I just was wondering.
oh,
Yeah.
it's probably quite common anymore these days here. And yeah, it's like I don't know. I mean, shit, the shit that I even, you know, shit that I'll even get from people, it's just like, what the fuck, you know? It's
Yeah.
I don't know. It's, you know, I don't know. To me, I'm confident in my own abilities, but at the same time, you know, shit should only be shared with a special person. So
Yeah.
you meet somebody at the fucking as a waitress, and then you're doing this or that. Look, if that was me and and a female, if I asked a female for that and it was that quick, you're like, hello, you already know, like, well, she probably does it with a whole bunch of other people too. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest. I just bet you, and if you're willing to do this, I'm sure you've been willing to do it with a lot of other people too. You know? So it could be, who knows what it is. It could be for his own selfish gratification. It could be for to see how far he can go. It could, you know, who knows. When it comes to those sick ass motherfuckers, who knows? They probably, I mean, hell, with the shit he was, you know, reportedly, like, she was the babysitter and grooming and all this other stuff. I mean, I'm sure this was something he was doing since he was a kid.
Okay.
Manipulating. He probably, I mean, hell, you see the shit his dad was in trouble for. He probably learned how to do it and perfected it even more. Because he got to see other people's mistakes and, you know, and perfect his own path or whatever. So yeah, it's you know, if two people are generally about just the physical, it ain't gonna be no thing for people to do that shit right off the bat here. You know, is it healthy? No, definitely not. But it does exist, so yeah, I'm not sure about that. But I don't understand why he's saying, you know, oh, that existed in our house and that's what it was like. But yet your alibi, bro, is you're with your mistress, man. You know, like, I can't, I want to know, these people had to know about these mistresses. I mean, it can't be, oh my gosh, with all the fluid that's been swapping with that dude, can you, you know, with all these other people out there potentially, with the way that he's acting, can you imagine all of the different fluids that guy has on his fucking body? It's, you know what I mean? And then every person that he's coming in contact with, it's like they got all the fluids on their body because they came in contact with his ass, you know? It's it is. It's like, yo, if you wanna live that kind of life, that's you know what I mean? But damn, you can only walk down a railroad track so long until a train comes and hits your ass, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, that's true.
why even walk on the railroad track, you know? Why? Just don't even walk on it. and you don't have to worry about the train. Well, you never know. It could, because it's not 100% like that.
Yeah, but
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, you practice a certain way, and I'm not saying you don't get hit by a train if you're not walking on the railroad track, 'cause you do, but damn, your percentages are. But anyway, all right, back to this.
Seemingly emotional video from Solid Rock Ministries. I've got so many questions for Sierra, but to our body language expert, Tracy, here's a few things I noticed having put literally thousands of witnesses on the stand for direct and cross-examination. For instance, the pacing back and forth, the smiling inappropriately during the eulogy, the wiping tears over and over that don't exist, the rubbing of the hands repeatedly throughout, the touching the head, touching the hair. There's nothing to adjust. His hair is like that long. What is he doing? The clapping and the seemingly endless I don't know what is that.
They're small repetitive movements that we'll all do when we need to let off stress. So this is a high stress moment for him. Now, we also saw what I thought was really interesting, and what you don't see from
Oh, so like when he was laying on the ground having that breakdown, he was like, oh, I get it now. That's what she's saying. She's like, why is he making the sound like a gerbil? And and I didn't even think about it. When you watch him having that, did you see that breakdown video, Rosie, where he was having a breakdown? Talking about, he was doing the. That's what it sounded like to me. I was like, what the fuck?
That's pretty accurate.
I'm like, yeah. Right? Yeah. Like Stuart from Mad TV. I don't know what I want to do, mommy. Like, what the fuck, dude? Stuart from Mad TV, people. You know what I'm talking about. Hi, mommy. How are you? Yeah. I am a class. It's true though. Like, and I didn't even think about it. You'll have to look up Stuart from Mad TV, Rosie.
Yeah. How did you know I didn't know?
Because it's a small comedy show that was only popular for so long.
Okay.
So, and I don't think South Africa got Mad TV. Maybe not. I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
But you'll see what I'm saying. But for real, you listen to this. You listen to him on the. I didn't even realize it. You listen to him on the breakdown. He does make the same sounds. High stress situations. That's right.
The clapping and the seemingly endless I don't know what is that.
They're small repetitive movements that we'll all do when we need to let off stress. So this is a high stress moment for him. Now, we also saw what I thought was really interesting, and what you don't see from a lot of preachers or a lot of people that are used to speaking, is his hand in his pocket. And I looked at it pretty closely, and it might even be in a fist. And his and that's when we're holding something back. We're holding back information, or we're holding back emotion. If that hand indeed is in a fist, that says anger. So all of these things add up to something that our mind sees, and it goes, wait a minute, something's not right here. Something's not right here. And that's because the emotions are not genuine. And, I'm not going to speculate as to why they're not genuine, right? Body language tells you what's on someone's mind. It doesn't tell you why. You can put together a list of that. I think there's plenty of evidence that other folks have for that. But what we're seeing we're seeing disingenuous behavior.
I pray for your healing. The circumstances would change. I pray that the fear inside would flee. In Jesus' name, I pray that breakthrough would happen today. I pray miracles over your life. In Jesus' name, in Jesus' name.
Mica contacted police after her estranged husband posted an indecent photo of her on a Facebook group called Big Boobs and Nice Curves. Police told Mica since the photo was posted anonymously, there was nothing they could do. John Paul Miller apologized to Mica via email, telling her, "I'm sorry for putting a picture of you on the internet." He added, "I just wanted to try and hurt you." He also included, "It was evil of me to do that."
Evil of me to do that. Okay, curious. After an intimate photo of his wife unclad was posted online by him and he admits it, why no charges? But I don't understand why.
Whoa. Did Nancy help Brett Payne fill out the affidavit? I've never heard anybody else say clad or unclad. I've
Maybe
never
it's
heard
like
it.
a legal term. I don't know. I'd never heard it either. Before the PCA, maybe she's just. I don't know.
I don't know. What are does anybody know all of Nancy Grace's qualifications? Is she a counselor? Does Nancy Grace have qualifications of a counselor? Because I've always thought that it was words from a counselor from the University of Idaho's crisis team that took the statement from Dylan. What's up, Julia? No, I'm actually like 2.5 hours, 3 hours away. I live about 2.5, 3 hours away. I'm at home. But yeah, that's the first time I had heard anybody say clad, unclad. Shout out to you. Stay safe out there. Yeah, I just I didn't know what anything that was going on. And it's quite a drive, so I was doing some things around home actually. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday. But I don't know. I haven't looked to see what the weather's like. I know there's a lot of rain coming. Is it? It's been raining here like crazy, that's for sure. I think it's supposed to rain down there. Be safe.
Email telling her, "I'm sorry for putting a picture of you on the internet." He added, "I just wanted to try and hurt you." He also included, "It was evil of me to do that."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Mom to Five Kings. I haven't heard anybody else say clad since the PCA of the Idaho4. That's why I started off saying, did Nancy Grace help Brett Payne? Because I ain't never heard nobody else say it. Not once. Like, period. All these shows we watch, all these experts, not once have I ever heard clad or unclad until today.
I didn't know unclad was a word until now.
Evil of me.
I know. I didn't either.
Yeah.
I'm like unclad, and then my brain goes, I ain't never heard anybody say that before.
Yeah.
Christy. It's okay, mommy. Right? Yeah, you gotta look that up, Rosie.
I will.
Oh shit.
To do that. Okay, curious. After an intimate photo of his wife unclad was posted online by him and he admits it, why no charges? But I don't understand why no charges, why no arrest, but that's not all. Listen.
Just weeks before her death, Mica Miller calls police for help when she finds a tire on her car's flat. Police discover a tire deflator is used on the tire. Mica goes to East Coast Honda in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina to get a new tire, where John Paul Miller shows up. The two get into an argument. Video shows John Paul Miller aggressively walking around Mica, threatening to post a picture online, while Mica says, "Walk away." A mechanic later shows Mica a GPS tracking device had been placed on her car.
I'm very disturbed about this. Kayla Brantley joining us along with Mica's sister, Sierra Francis. Kayla Brantley, investigative reporter, dailymail.com. Kayla, we have two incidents, one admitted, one observed, that they're both illegal. Posting photos of a woman or anyone online where they are nude or partially nude against their consent is illegal. Placing a tracking device or cutting someone's car tires, illegal. Why no arrest, Kiela Brantley?
Well, according to police, they allegedly told Mica that despite all this evidence, that the photo that she allegedly sent him, once you send a photo, it's now no longer your property and that now belongs to her husband. And also that in the photo, there was actually muzzing around any parts that would make it fully nude, which then means that it apparently does not count as revenge porn. So basically, when Mica came to them, they told her that there was nothing that they could do.
Okay, to Regina Ward. She was the lawyer for Mica on the divorce proceeding, now here with Mica's sister Sierra. Regina, that's not true. When you post a photo of someone without their clothes on against their will, that's illegal.
Yes. In more ways than one.
Well, what I don't understand is why there weren't any charges. I guess that's my question to you. Why weren't there charges?
As far as I know on that, it's the police took the position that it was posted anonymously, as I understand, therefore not enough quote evidence to say that it was him. I don't think he made an admission until later. So it'll be interesting to see if they'll follow up now with that crime and pursue it.
Sierra is joining me, Mica's sister. Sierra, your sister Mica never gave him permission to post that photo of her. He has apologized. He has apologized for the car incident. Why no charges?
Like Regina said, I would hope that the police will follow up now that there is proof of these alleged crimes that he was keeping his hands clean of and making it so difficult for Mica to prove. And now that he's admitted that he did commit these crimes, I see no reason why they cannot hold him accountable at this point.
To Brian Foley joining me, high-profile lawyer, former chief prosecutor, Harris County, Texas, and author of What Prosecutors Don't Tell You. Brian Foley, let's just break it down. Typically, when somebody posts revenge porn, they won't send it from their account. They come up with a fake account. They do it at the public library, some way that it can't be easily traced. But guess what? It can be traced. That's what the police or the sheriffs are supposed to do. Trace it and prosecute it. Not say, oh, it was anonymous. Sorry. That's not how it works, Foley.
Well, in some instances, it's because the image itself doesn't qualify. Like, for example, in Texas, we have a rule that says the person's face has to be identifiable. You have to be able to say it's a specific person. So if you cut out the face, it's no longer under that statute. It sounds like there was some blurring that happened to these photos in particular. And the police keep doing, in the original investigation, and I guess in this revenge porn investigation, they keep following the law, which I, as a defense attorney, I think it's a good thing that they are not.
Okay, hold on. Let's find out more about that photo. Sierra Francis, this is Mica's sister. Tell me about the revenge porn that was posted of your sister. What was it?
So John Paul had assumed basically Mica's identity while he had her hospitalized. He took her Facebook, her cell phone, her laptop, her iCloud. He took everything. And he was pretending to be her, texting people, emailing people, posting on her behalf as though he was her. And at one point, he posted a topless photo of her face in the picture. And he added some sort of hue over it. Like if you took a highlighter across the front of her chest, just to barely cover, you could still see what exactly what it was. But I guess he knew that since he posted it, one, off of Mica's account against her will without her permission, he thought he would get away with it. And up to this point, he has.
And there's the issue.
So that's how they got away. I don't understand this. That doesn't make any damn sense. You don't transfer of ownership. I don't understand that. I don't understand this whole thing. I don't understand. She was obviously in a mental health institution, right?
Yeah. So
how can she post it?
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, it's bad.
Who the hell does this guy know there? You know what I mean? Like for all this shit to get downplayed, who is involved in your shit? I wonder. It makes me wonder if there's some other people that are involved in some kind of like parties. You know what I'm saying? some
Yeah, dude.
extracurricular activity that everybody kind of looks the other way because everybody is kind of hanging out in the same room. Not literally, but figuratively. Hanging out in the same room.
Yeah.
This is crazy because how can this shit get downplayed? It doesn't make it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps happening. It's not just this. It's like,
And all these other charges to get downplayed too. Like, bro,
yeah.
I'm surprised we don't see you on one of the dumbest criminals of the day on Scott Reich. You know, like there's so much.
Well, he obviously knows what he's doing.
Well, it's like when I first came across this, I was like, it sounds like some Epstein shit. Like I have blackmail on the, like high power individuals that kind of hang out in the same room, and you know what I mean? Like Epstein did, hanging out with important people, hanging out in the same room. I got you on tape, motherfucker. Like you don't want to. Yeah, like who attended the church, right? Like who attended to not now, because they probably skipped fucking gone to somebody else, It's like
they
who
did
attended that church when that took place.
Exactly.
Video, I mean, evident, whatever it is, hell, it could be like, because there's people out there, he could probably be like, look, I'll call up Allison right now. Like I'll call up Sue. I'll call up Betty. I'll call them up. They'll sit there and say, you want to fuck around with me? Like I'll call up one of those. She's cool with me. I'll tell her that what you're trying to do, you know what I mean? Like he'd definitely be pulling some strings. Pastor, like they're putty. P. Duddy, but putty. Like it makes you wonder because, man, like this right here. How could he not? I don't know. Maybe because the courts are tied up, still tied up from COVID. They're on a backlog. I don't know. Something don't make sense. I know with me and the team and how we kind of dig into stuff, there's some shit that is looked into for damn straight. There's some shit.
Yeah, I don't think it's that things are tied up, because with the theft allegation against her, that was resolved quickly, and then there was no probable cause. It was just established. Like,
well, shit.
The system worked. Yeah.
Well, then what the hell? So it's something way bigger then.
I mean, I would think so.
Way bigger. Well, as we get into it, we'll be doing shows every day about it because there's so much coming out as we get into it, and
there's definitely something going on here.
Get there on the scene, get the feel for it, experience the environment, I don't know, I might even go to one of the services incognito.
Yeah.
Incognito, check it out. Get some GoPro. Yeah. I don't know. Some don't make sense. A lot.
Of the flat tires in the GPS tracking device, which he apologized for, reportedly. Of course, he is claiming and insisting that he is not guilty, has not been named as a person of interest or suspect in her death. Guys, I want to go on quickly to the bombshell now. The FBI reportedly being called in to investigate her death. To Sierra, this is Mica's sister. What is it you want the FBI to do?
So we know that Robeson County has said that the FBI is investigating, but we don't know exactly, what their investigation will pertain to. I would love for them to go and investigate, what the cops were able to discover and everything leading up to her passing away. Because as everyone has uncovered, there's a lot more to the story than what meets the eye.
And even an earthly spouse who's a good spouse, when they know that their bride is being hurt, just imagine what an earthly spouse does. What do you think your heavenly spouse does when you're the bride of Christ and he sees his bride going through abuse and hurt? What do you think he thinks about that?
John Paul Miller's ex-wife, Allison Miller, filed for divorce from John Paul Miller after finding out he was having an affair with their babysitter and his best friend's wife, Mica. Mica Miller was married to John Paul Miller's best friend, Jeremy Deese, whom Mica married when she was just 18.
Wow. Okay, so let me understand. To Kayla Brantley joining us, investigative reporter with DailyMail.com. The other wife, the previous wife, Allison, I've been reading her affidavits in her divorce, and in her affidavits, she states that John Paul Miller, who is threatening anybody that, defames him. So let's just commit to speaking the truth. I'm down with that. The first wife says that church leaders demanded he seek counseling for sex addiction, but when he refused, the majority of the church left the congregation. She also states that he was having multiple affairs and that trying to dodge alimony payments, he showed up in court in a wheelchair and claimed he fell out of a tree and broke both legs. That's the first wife. And I'm getting this from her affidavits and her claims. What about it, Kayla Brantley?
Yeah, that's right, Nancy. So dailymail.com, we obtained that affidavit and there were bombshells after bombshells in it. Now, she accuses him of having a porn addiction, accuses him of having a prostitute addiction, a sex addiction, and apparently he did seek counseling or refused to seek counseling after the church pressured him to do so, which then led to a lot of his congregation leaving because obviously you don't want to have a pastor who's accused. She does also go on to say that Mica was their babysitter and that they started having a relationship while they were married. And of course, he's 14 years older than Mica. So when she's saying that he groomed her, if they did meet when she was 13 years old, he's 14 years her senior, an adult with children, married.
And I want to point out in the legal letter that was sent to us by the preacher's lawyer, our client refutes any report that suggests he abused his wife. Recent reports claim Pastor Miller, quote, groomed his wife from the age of 10, that in fact she moved to Myrtle Beach at age 15. And I believe that is when he was her youth minister. Sierra, what went through your mind when you learned your sister had been shot?
Instinctively, I just assumed that we would have an arrest and we would be able to finally have some closure of what she was dealing with and all the terror that she was living through. And obviously we haven't gotten that, and that's pretty rough.
Guys, we were speaking to Sierra Francis. This is Mica's sister. How did you discover your sister had been shot?
I got a call from my brother that Mica's roommate was trying to find out where Mica was. She said that police had showed up at her house because Mica did not live with John Paul. So the police showed up to his roommate's house, to her roommate's house. And she then reached out to the family. And my brother called me and said something's wrong. The police are at Diana's house. We need to find Mica. So I immediately called another one of Mica's friends, and she informed me that John Paul had said that Mica was dead. So I immediately called John Paul's sister because she lives at John Paul's house. And John Paul was on the phone with the hospital, and he was seemingly hysterical. It sounded very fake. And he was saying, why would she do this, Sierra? Why was she sad? Who was she seeing in Lumberton? Mica's dead. And he was just going on and on. And I said, are you joking, John Paul? You know exactly why she would have done this if it was her. And I said that you have been making her life hell for the past couple of months. And he hung up on me. Then he texted my family and said, this is what happens when you tell someone to divorce the man they love. He said, good job, Francis family. And that's how the rest of my family found out that Mica passed away.
Wow.
Okay, wait, would you
hold on? Oh, okay, here, I'm going to make her repeat it again here. I'm going to rewind it.
House. And she then reached out to the family, and my brother.
That in fact, she moved to Myrtle Beach at age 15. And I believe that is when he was her youth minister. Sierra, what went through your mind when you learned your sister had been shot?
Instinctively, I just assumed that we would have an arrest and we would be able to finally have some closure of what she was dealing with and all the terror that she was living through. And obviously we haven't gotten that, and that's pretty rough.
Guys, we were speaking to Sierra Francis. This is Mica's sister. how did you discover your sister had been shot?
I got a call from my brother that Mica's roommate was trying to find out where Mica was. She said that police had showed up at her house because Mica did not live with John Paul. So the police showed up to his roommate's house, to her roommate's house. And she then reached out to the family. And my brother called me and said, something's wrong. The police are at Diana's house. We need to find Mica. So I immediately called another one of Mica's friends, and she informed me that John Paul had said that Mica was dead. So I immediately called John Paul's sister because she lives at John Paul's house. And John Paul was on the phone with the hospital, and he was seemingly hysterical. It sounded very fake. And he was saying, why would she do this, Sierra? Why was she sad? Who was she seeing in Lumberton? Mica's dead. And he was just going on and on. And I said, are you joking, John Paul? You know exactly why she would have done this if it was her. And I said that you have been making her life hell for the past couple of months. And he hung up on me. Then he texted my family and said, this is what happens when you tell someone to divorce the man they love. He said, good job, Francis family. And that's how the rest of my family found out that.
What? This is what happens when you tell somebody to divorce the one they love? This is on you, Francis family? Because she reached out to her family about all the abuse, and it was because of them why...
I mean... Yeah.
I think that's why Nancy said, wait a minute, can you repeat that?
And Micah passed away.
Okay, wait, would you repeat that, please? I didn't know that.
Yes, he sent a text message out to my parents and siblings. I'm not sure exactly who all was in the chat. It was a previous chat. He just pulled it up, and he texted saying, this is what happens when you tell someone to divorce the man they love. Good job, Francis family.
What?
That's how he informed, my siblings and my parents that Micah had passed away.
Again, he is not a suspect in the death of Mica.
Nancy.
It has been ruled a suicide. Friends and family are...
I wonder if she's about to say some shit. Because she's like, look, I'm going to remind you guys. Like, I'm going to do this as well. Because, let's go ahead and exclamation point disclaimer, and that way this pops up. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. If they are a suspect, all views, opinions, and any comments made on this podcast should be considered speculation, because we're not at the water cooler. That's weird. I have a feeling, I don't know, I haven't seen this yet. Maybe she won't, but I have a feeling she's about to say some shit here. Come on, Nancy. Come on, Nancy. Come on.
Are begging the FBI to further investigate to Sierra Francis. I'm concerned, and this is what concerns me. The alleged revenge porn, for which he apologized for doing it. The slashing of the tires, which reportedly he apologized for doing. The tracking device. All of that is illegal, and no charges were ever brought. Do you trust the local investigation? What is your hope for the FBI? And again, the pastor has not been named a person of interest or suspect. What is your hope for the FBI, Sierra?
I hope that they will pursue this and to the fullest of their legal, obligation, instead of just Mica getting dead end after dead end after dead end. Every time she filed a police report, every time she called and asked them a question, hey, what can I do? How do I pursue this? She was getting basically, doors shut in her face every single time. So I hope that now, with the gravity of things and how extreme and how nationwide this has gotten, maybe they will look and see, either one, they need to readdress some of their protocols, or two, they need to look at their people and say, did you follow protocol and did you do your fullest extent, or were you just not wanting to get involved because it's a marital dispute? Because obviously to her, it was a big deal.
I pray for your healing. The circumstances would change. I pray that the fear inside would flee. In Jesus' name, I pray that breakthrough would happen today. I pray miracles over your life. In Jesus' name, in Jesus' name.
I've had a lot of women that have reached out to me about situations of abuse. And I just want to tell you what a lot of people have told me.
What's up, Busby?
Lately, and reminded me, because I think I forgot. I knew, but I pushed it in the back of my head just because of my situation. But you are the bride of Christ. God hates divorce. But why? According to everybody I've asked and the scriptures that I've found, it's because it hurts people. But does abuse hurt people? How do you think God feels about that?
You're hearing Mica Miller posting about the suffering and the pain she says she was going through. Reminder, authorities have not charged her husband in any way with her death. Joining me in All-Star panel, but now special guest is with us, Alicia Young. Alicia is a very dear friend of Mica's and a former friend of John Paul Miller's, the estranged husband. Why are you considering yourself a former friend of John Paul Miller's?
So during our time there, my husband was actually the worship leader when we were there. And so we were very close with them because we were in that inner circle. And when we left the church, our friendship between me and Mica got severed because of him. And our relationship with John Paul, we ended that because he didn't want to listen to anything that we had to say, all the issues that we were seeing with him and the church. He just...
What issues?
So with how they treat women and how I got treated at the church is basically they celebrate men, and with women.
Oh, it's like the church in Moscow, Idaho.
Christchurch with Doug.
Yeah,
Was it
it's like Doug Wilson. It's like Christchurch with Doug Wilson.
Sounds like it.
If you guys want to learn more about that, I even interviewed somebody that went to that church. Just look up Evil CJ Christchurch, and it'll pop up with the videos where we discussed it. We dug into Christchurch, you guys. It's yikes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Sounds similar.
Yeah.
Women are only supposed to be seen and not heard. He didn't like when a woman had a strong opinion or was,
just like it.
Kind of outgoing in a way. Trying to
Wow.
find a different word. But it was all about the men in the church, and that he would
Just like
state in
it.
sermons of, men, you just need to go find a hot wife because that's what matters. And with the women in the church, like I wasn't allowed to do anything in the church at all. He didn't want me on the platform to any capacity because of how I looked and because of how old I was. I was already in my 30s. I was heavier at the time, and I wasn't some young 25-year-old with a hot body. So he didn't want me at all on the platform.
To Brian Foley joining us, renowned defense attorney and former chief prosecutor Harris County, author of What Prosecutors Don't Tell You. Brian Foley, I think that authorities are dug in that this was a suicide, but I want you to listen to this.
As carbon monoxide begins to fill his truck cabin, Conrad Roy III gets out, texting Michelle Carter, he'll do it another day. Carter texts to Roy are challenging, telling him he overthinks things. Carter texts Roy, you just said you were going to do it tonight, and now you're saying eventually? Carter tells Roy to get back in the truck. Conrad Roy III gets back in the truck. Authorities discover the body of Conrad Roy III in his pickup truck parked outside a Kmart in Fairhaven, Massachusetts the next day. He was 18.
Whoa, what the fuck was
My
it?
point, Brian Foley, in that
That's
case,
the case
and
of,
many others
Michelle
like it, which we have.
Huh?
That's the
What?
case of Michelle Carter and Conrad Roy. I think it was the first time somebody can be charged with being involved in somebody else's self-unaliving.
Okay, I got you. Because I'm like, whoa, hold on, what the hell's this?
Yeah, so it's a pretty important case historically. So
What is it? What's the case again?
Conrad Roy and Michelle Carter. I think I did send you some stuff on it long ago.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
We should talk about that on the next show.
Yeah. I think there's a documentary called something like I Love You Now Die, something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
On Netflix or something? Or what is it? What is it on?
So it's about Oh, what is it on? I don't know what platform it is. For us, it would be on Showmax, but I can check if it's on Netflix as well.
Showmax, that's HBO or Showtime.
Yeah, there's a South African thing. It's
Oh,
like on Netflix. So I don't know. Maybe it's on Netflix though.
oh,
Yeah, there's also a series. I think. Look up The Girl from Plainville. Maybe.
huh.
Yeah.
I'll have to do that. Look at that. Normally, she's the one looking up shit. I'm going to be the one looking up shit today.
Yeah,
The tables
go
have
look it up.
turned.
Yeah.
Have
I
here
did want
a
to
name
ask.
for you.
Oh,
If
sorry. Go ahead.
A little earlier on, did the guest kind of sort of imply that John Paul Miller had issues with women like approaching age 30 or already in her 30s? Like, did he have a problem with that?
You mean with the one
Age?
that just talked?
Yeah.
It sounded to me like, yeah, because she was, in the 30-year-old, she said she was heavier set. She's not, she said, I'm not, like, what, some hot young thing or whatever, that would get, people to me, it sounds like he used sexuality in a way to attract the members to the church.
Okay. And Mica was born in 94, right? She just turned 30.
She had just
I was
turned
just
30.
yeah, I was just wondering.
Yeah, just turned 30. There's a lot of cultist churches series on. I'm gonna have to check it out. If not, I'd like to look up. I'm sure there's documentaries on YouTube that talk about it. I think it'd be interesting to learn because it's kind of like what JP Miller's brought up in one of the statements that we read a couple shows ago, where he brought up a thing about AI. Who's to blame if AI is the one? Yeah, it's a punishable crime, but then later on he was like, if it's AI, then whose fault is it? So it's I don't know. It's gonna be one of these things where this AI, man, is gonna be, I don't know. It's kind of scary with what they can do, because you know what I mean? Like they could literally make somebody look and sound like somebody, and what if they do it with like a president or something, and he's saying some wild ass shit from some country, and then you know what I mean? It's like, whoa, dangerous
Yeah,
shit.
it's like voice forgery, if that's a thing, which I don't think it is, but
That's a good way
voice.
to put it. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that's a good voice forgery. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
title. I mean, it's cool when they can make the music and stuff. Hearing all these artists you ain't heard that have passed or whatever. But
Yeah.
man, the other possibilities, it's like, why are you trying to clone a sheep? Just let the higher powers do it.
Yeah.
Don't just why clone a sheep? Who cares? Let it happen. Let it happen. All right.
necessary, Michelle Carter was prosecuted and convicted for aiding and abetting the suicide of Conrad Roy. The texts and conversations she had
Yeah, he is into the AI stuff. The lawyer is, yeah.
with him, the messages are sickening, basically goading him to commit suicide. So my question to you is your thoughts on defending the pastor against claims he goaded Mica into committing suicide, like Michelle Carter and others.
So first we start with, it sounds like everybody's on the same page. He didn't pull the trigger. He wasn't there. It was Mica who pulled the trigger, ending her own life. If we're that far, then the only question we have left is, as public policy, are people responsible for the actions of others? And we have criminal culpability in some instances if you're both committing a bank robbery, if you're actively engaged in it. JP was not actively engaged in it. We have information from her cell phone. The police have already released it. She looked up the area in that part of the town. And we're kind of assuming that he's both bumbling around and can't keep things together. And he's obviously lying on the, at the pulpit. It's a suicide. And to hold somebody else responsible, you have to think, well, we're talking about JP and airing out all of his information. If he were to commit suicide, are we responsible for that? No way. Those are individual decisions. And the Conrad Roy case is also very different.
I pray for your healing. The circumstances would change. I pray that the fear inside would flee. In Jesus' name, I pray that breakthrough would happen today. I pray miracles over your life. In Jesus' name, in Jesus' name.
Welcome back, everybody. Listen to this.
I got a call late last night. My wife has passed away. And yeah, it was self-induced, and it was up in North Carolina.
That is from our friends at Solid Rock Ministries, and a seemingly emotional comment by her then husband. They were not yet divorced. Many people disagree with any such suggestion that there was emotion there. That said, reports the FBI are now entering the investigation. Kayla Brantley joining me, investigative reporter, dailymail.com. What is it assumed the FBI can do?
Well, Nancy, you're looking at everything that we said before. Why didn't the police get involved after there was a nude photo? Why didn't police get involved after the fact that he admitted allegedly to putting a tracker in her car or slashing her tire? So I think the FBI coming in is really going to push this case forward and potentially and hopefully do what the local police could not.
I'm curious, is it true, to anyone's knowledge, of what has been reported, that he actually went into court in a wheelchair when he was fighting alimony payments and said that he fell out of a tree and broke both legs? Kayla Brantley, is that true?
Well, that was one of the things that was mentioned in the report that we did get from 2017 from his ex-wife, Allison. Now, she mentioned a lot of instances of abuse, of infidelity. So that's just one of many big issues that we're having here. And going back to Mica and the local police, she reported 8 times in the months leading up to her death to police with clearly nothing to be done.
Wow.
We await the entry and the involvement of the FBI in the
8
investigation
times.
of not only Mica's death, but any related facts leading up to that moment. As of now, it has been ruled a suicide. And the husband, the estranged husband, John Paul Miller, has not been named a suspect. Let's stop and remember American hero, police.
Okay, I'm going to say right now, look, with the FBI getting involved, we ain't going to hear shit. We don't deserve to know shit in the first place because we ain't investigating the thing. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you see some people having to take leave of action, it's going to be a sign, y'all, because, there's got to be more people. The fact that, excuse me, the fact that he was able to get all this stuff minimized, the fact that, like she just said, reached out 8 times and nothing took place. There's a lot of downplaying going on. You see the church. We're learning now it's like freaking Christ Church in Moscow. I'm wondering if we're gonna see some people that work for LE having to take leave of absence or something, it's got to be more than just people look at it's.
Yeah.
No, I don't know, something don't make no damn sense about it. So sad for the family too. They just want justice for their loved one. I mean, it's scary too, like your son has been exposed to the dumb shit that he was doing when Mica was trying to get away. You know, the sister, when Mica came and lived with her, and then the son
Yeah.
had to see some of that shit to the point where he even was like, he had something to do with it, didn't he, Mom? You know, I remember, you know, it's like with my grandfather that passed when I was 12 years old. You know, he had just got married to this lady. This lady, her other husbands had passed, you know, from circumstances a couple before that. And then all of a sudden he just gets married, and they're only married for weeks. And next thing you know, he passes, and it's like, huh. Did he
Yeah.
really? Yeah. It's but I don't know. I was only like 11 or 12, something like that. So not much I could do about it. It's just very suspicious, you know, very suspicious when shit like that happens. Now, we were talking about the pastor's dad, right? Because he came out with a statement. We read the statement that she was a very, very sick woman, right? Well, here's a little bit. I came across this. This is a little couple-minute video of Justin on TikTok talking about all of that.
So every day it just gets deeper in regard to Mica Miller and JP Miller, and today I have some pretty big updates for y'all. I'm going to start with one that a lot of y'all probably already know, which is the fact that JP was actually served yesterday with additional court documents. What those documents are, I don't know at this point in time, but once they are revealed, we'll let you know. But now let's start getting into the juicy stuff. So as it turns out, the funeral home who cremated Mica Miller has been in trouble in the past for cremating somebody without the family's permission before an autopsy could be completed. The nuts and bolts of the story is that a family thought that their loved one had been over-medicated, which is what resulted in their death. This family tells the funeral home, hey, we probably want an autopsy. Don't do anything with her remains yet until you hear back from me. Well, by the time they finally hear back from them, the cremation's already been done.
I didn't even know that this was on here. I think it has the other update I'm talking about, but this is crazy too. The same funeral home has been in trouble for getting these things, you know. My Lord.
Yeah.
That's why I said when the initial ruling came out, is there any reprimands for any conduct that wasn't according to protocol with this medical examiner? What's going on? It gave me the same medical examiner vibes as Stephen Smith's medical examiner, because it's like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And they've already been in trouble for it. And that's when the family said they did it. And it was already done.
And the family was not notified until they went to pick up the death certificate. Now, the next thing to talk about is the fact that JP Miller's father, Wayne Miller, put out a statement regarding Mica's death. Now, let me tell you a little bit about JP's father. In 2014, he was charged with visa fraud, labor fraud, and failure to pay minimum wage when he tried to turn, allegedly, his Bible college into a forced work camp. Back in 2006, he also caught a charge for lewdness and prostitution after exposing himself to an undercover male officer in a bathhouse. He also dodged allegations that he had made inappropriate advances to two men whose wives were at the Bible college. Then back in the late 80s, after experiencing a little bit of success on TV, he had a 5-part report done on him after students accused him of making inappropriate advancements towards them. Now that you know a little bit about him, let me tell you what he's done. Apparently, he put out a statement that was riddled with grammatical errors, and in that he pokes a tiny hole, possibly, in JP's alibi. Robeson County reported that as part of JP's alibi, he was with a woman who he's romantically involved with, and his father said that that was just not true. He was not with anybody that he was romantically involved with. He also took the opportunity to talk about Mica's mental health issues and then also accused her of at one point going to, quote, shoot up a neighborhood. The last thing I want to talk about is the fact that the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, because Logan Hardy, who is JP Miller's son, apparently was arrested in January of 2024 and November of 2023 for DV. I'm waiting to get a copy of the actual affidavit, but apparently it's eerily similar to the things that JP has done or been accused of doing to Mica. Anyways, once we have more information, I'll obviously let you know, so make sure to hit that follow button, and I will be back with more updates as soon as we have them.
Ain't that crazy? it's just, my lord, no wonder where the dude learned his shit from.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder who his dad learned his shit from. How many generations does it go back for this ministry shit? Do you happen to know that, Rosie? Does anybody in chat know how far back these like what generation of a minister or whatever you would call that? Like, how many does it go back? There's not going to be any updates. No, FBI is not going to talk, but shit. The updates that are going to happen is if you pay attention to the roster and see who's taken leave of absences. That's what's going to tell you. Does he own the church? I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't think so.
Solid Rock. It's probably some LLC, but let's see here. This account has been suspended.
It says that everywhere. Yeah.
Nope.
Very frustrating.
Ain't happening. Ain't happening. Interesting. You would think that if somebody, listen, like, if somebody was shooting the neighborhood, wouldn't you go to the neighbors and be like, did you hear shooting? Don't you think there would be neighbors out there going, yeah, I heard her shooting? Like neighbors. Like, yeah, I heard her shooting. Like he probably had somebody else there. You've already heard her say he made her take substances and shit. Who says she wasn't under some kind of substance? And he fucking was. You were fucking she could have been out of her fucking wits, on substance he made her take and be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you were trying to shoot up the neighborhood. Jim, tell her. Yeah, I can't believe, had some dude. And then all of a sudden she's like, oh my gosh, I must have actually done it. I'm so sorry, officer. You know what I mean? Like some weird ass shit that could have taken place.
Yeah.
The pastor owned a bar? What? I don't know. We're going to be getting more into this. Like I said, I'm a couple days behind. I'm going to be catching up. We'll be catching up together. And then we're going to be, going to do some work and stuff too. So 200 acres. Yeah, we've seen that where that's way up in North Carolina. I need to look more into the whole park and rec ranger collecting evidence shit from a crime scene, like that kind of crime scene. Like, don't you call in the locals, county, a sheriff, like something, not just handle it yourself like you run into it I don't know, maybe it's a popular park where that stuff happens a lot. I don't know. I want to go to the park too, because I've seen some videos, but it's not giving me much. I need more than that. Google guy, you can't do Google guy very much. The top down is horrible. We need GoPro. I need to go there myself. I'll take you guys there. We'll go around the whole fucking place, man. Like we'll make a day or two out of it. Yeah, I'm glad they are on it too, because man, the more it goes on, it's like I wish the FBI would get involved with Sebastian's case, because really, let's be honest, people, there's no signs. We were talking about it amongst our search crews. There's no signs. The shout out to the people that are out there doing the searches. What are they coming across? There's nothing. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, I just feel like it's beyond the local area, and I feel like somebody knows something. Obviously, whoever it is, it's obvious because I don't think he did this by himself. Just disappear with no trace. You would have found a shoe. You would have found something. You know what I mean?
Something.
You would have,
Mhm.
or not a shoe because he didn't have shoes. A sock. You would have found a sock. You would have found something. Somebody would have seen him. Like there's to search the whole area, do all the searching we did on the boat, on the ground, even down in Mississippi. Uh, I don't know. I know I didn't hear Tony last night. He was on another show last night. Whose show was he on last night? On TikTok again? I don't have TikTok, so, and I'm not getting TikTok. I don't need to get I don't need to get TikTok to, you know. What do I think happened? I don't know. 3 things. Either he was kidnapped, either it was foul play, or he took off and then it became foul play, or kidnapped, or then became kidnapped and then foul play. Like there's so what that's what I was saying the last couple days. What direction is there? That's what we've been saying to ourselves lately. What direction is there? He has a channel on TikTok, Tony does. On the night of 2/25. Interesting. And so what did it say, and why is this now coming out? Is this the same grandma that made shit up about me too? Cuz like what's up? Gonna start a YouTube channel about Sebastian? I thought they aren't into social media. I mean, that's what you heard Tony say. Not into social media, but been on social media a lot, just like Chloe telling people we're working with, don't go public with stuff, but yet she's out there flapping her mouth about shit and then not answering questions she should ask or answer. I could tell Chloe was going to be back the fuck off like a long time ago.
Yeah, you did say so.
Yeah. But what so he texts the night before. I mean, you know what I mean? So to me it's like, look, I'm not the only one that's seen these other videos about the stuff that's being posted and then taken back when it comes to this particular individual. JLR did I think he was pissed off. He did a huge show, on showing the posts that are put out and then the shit that's taken back, and then you put out shit and you're like telling people to do this, you know what I mean? It's like, there and you make up some shit about me because you're the one that wanted to tell me some shit on a show, because it just like your post, it's going to create some negative feedback towards the Proudfoots, just like your post. That's why you knew what you were saying was going to go on my fucking show. It was all strategic. And then when you get called out from your son for fucking saying that he's Well, Seth has video. She didn't say video. She implicated her son Seth in it, and then that's when Grandma was like, "Fuck." Well, I'm just gonna blame it on CJ. Fuck that. Fuck that. Thank you, Kid Kitty. Right here. This is ridiculous. The fucking misinformation bullshit because somebody was using my platform to spread bullshit about the Proudfoot family like she does in her fucking post on Facebook. I'm sorry. I'm just saying it how it is. And then I'm the one that gets blamed for it because her son Seth confronted her ass saying, "You said that I had this." So then guess what? I'm the fucking fall guy. Fuck that shit. No. It's called you came up to me, you knew what you were doing, just like you know what you're doing with these fucking posts. So, okay, so what? I had a text with Sebastian. If it was any, this is what I'm saying. If it was any kind of direction, think about it, people. If it was any kind of direction, then wouldn't the message on the 25th, the night before, be the message that would be talked about since the beginning of the shit taking place? Like, let's think about it. Okay, he texted her the night before. Okay. What does it say? Well, I don't. Okay, if it was of evidentiary value, guess what? We ain't gonna know, and they certainly can't say that they have something that is in the custody of LE. They can't be doing that shit either because they can get in trouble for that. You're impeding an investigation. So, does the text message have something to do with the direction? I would assume not, because if it did, we would have already been talking about it. It would have already been a topic. When we're out there searching, we would have been using that information in our searches. You see the people out there searching, they don't know where the fuck to go. They don't know where to go. Unfortunately, this case, and I hate to say it, this case has become nothing but people slinging mud back, because what other updates are there? Oh my gosh, we got a text message. There's no other updates out there. No other updates as in a direction of, okay, so Tony joined. Okay, cool. Does that give us a direction? Oh, Chloe left. Does that give us a direction? Oh, there's does that give us a direction? Oh, we see grass on a camera. Does that give us a direction? No. What direction have we had since the beginning when this went down? We don't even have a fucking direction of the direction he left the house, regardless of how he left the house. We don't even have a direction of how he left the house. So when it comes to, right, it's all smoke. It really is.
Yeah.
And this is why I'm saying the last couple days, we're going to be talking about other cases because look, this isn't a cash grab over here. I don't need to talk about Sebastian Rogers, about the mudslinging going on between people and who changed teams and this and this. Am I going to talk about an update when there's a lead? Of course. Does it mean that I'm not going to go out there searching? I'm going to be back out there searching at different points. I'm not done with that either. But what I'm saying is why continue? You know what I'm saying? Where's he at?
Yeah.
We've already looked locally. We've looked so much. We have covered our team alone. And I'm not talking the investigators. I'm not talking other people that are searching out there. You hear the other people searching out there. They're going outside of Hendersonville. At this point, it's becoming a conversation of mudslinging and grass clippings. You know what I'm saying? And the reason that there's so much of this toxic energy being thrown all over the place is because there is no direction. There is no lead. There is no information. It's just grass clippings and people talking about, the shit talking, the people talking about, like this side of the family or that side of the family. Everybody can have whatever side of the family they agree with, just like some people can like blue and some people can like red. It's fucking reality. It is what it is. You have to do it respectfully. And so when people can't have a conversation respectfully about it, when it comes to the topic at hand, look, there's some people that think Koberger's innocent and there's some people that think he's guilty. Does it mean that there has to be any kind of negativity? No. Not at all. But what I'm saying is when there's no lead, there's nothing. We don't even know the direction that he left the house. You have a canine crew out there right now. Listen, if it's not in Hendersonville, if you don't have a direction from Hendersonville, I already told you how to do it. You break it down into counties that go along I-40. Because that's the only other thing you can do besides make the whole United States be a search. You know what I mean? So then why aren't people in Texas searching for Sebastian? Why aren't people in Kansas searching for Sebastian? You know what I mean? Let's think about it. If you don't have a lead, especially with multiple canine crews that are there, shout out Julia, she came to the show, shout out to her crew. They have a lot of canines out there. If they're not getting any kind of direction on where to go, where do you go? The only next logical thing is to go up and down I-40. Unfortunately, there's not enough manpower to be able to perform a search to go up and down that stretch. That's why I said a couple days ago, break it down into small sections. Each county can have 5 freaking people from their county searching for a missing child, right? 5 people. 5 people from each county can go all up it. So whatever counties are touching I-40, please, each county, 5 people from each of your county, search the side of the interstate, go up and down the riverbank a little bit. It ain't gonna be far, people. It ain't gonna be far if it is along I-40. Break it down into sections. Nobody could sustain that. No crew could sustain that whole search, because if they did, it would literally take years to do it. That's why I'm saying if each community, it could literally be done in a freaking weekend. A weekend it could be done. If every county along that I-40 had 5 people that searched alongside the interstate and alongside the riverbanks, whatever's next to it, just each county could knock it out in a weekend. You could have the whole I-40 scanned in one weekend as a collective effort. Other than that, are you gonna search Nashville? Like, if you don't have a direction, especially with canine crews, even out there right now, if you don't have a direction, where do you go? Do you go to Louisville? Do you go to Nashville? This is why, and Busby knows what I'm saying. This is why when we were out there, we are the ones that were out there on the boats and in the woods and all this other stuff, right? Before it became a thing. Before it became a thing to ride around in a fucking car. You know what I mean? And when we get to a point with all of our different searches before we met up, all of our searches since we met up, all of the different searches, even though we were going on different searches as well. And we were all like, damn, there ain't no sign whatsoever. None. 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 There's somebody knows the answer. Somebody knows the answer. And until there's a lead, until there's a direction, until there is some information that can lead us to the direction, there are other loved ones out there that deserve just as much attention. Just as much. So if you want to watch grass clippings, go ahead. But there's a lot of Mica Miller, the Idaho4, just topics we discussed today. Ella Adler, topics we've discussed the last couple days and we're going to go into as well. Other topics we haven't discussed that I have laid out for you guys coming up. There's no reason that I need to sit there and watch grass clippings. There's no reason I need to sit there and watch people discuss Tony's opinion on what the fuck ever, because to me, all it does is promote this negative, toxic energy that is existing out there in the community right now. And it makes absolutely no sense why we're going to sit there in a toxic fucking stew of grass clippings and mud slingings. Why? Why? When there are so many other loved ones out there that deserve. You don't think Ella Adler's mom, you don't think Mica Miller's mom, you don't think Brian Koberger's or Idaho4's mom, you know, is it sad? Hell yeah, it's sad as hell. Look at my video I put out about what the hell is going on. I missed the days when I was not getting any sleep. You guys remember? I'm sitting there talking. I couldn't wake up for my alarms again. You know, Rosie? I mean, all those days that we were doing the shows. And I'm like, sorry. I had to bump it back. I couldn't wake up for my alarms, y'all. And it was days in a row. I do miss those days. I miss the days of going out there sweating my ass off, making sure everybody has water and, you know, we're all safe and we're, you know, I miss it. But man.
Yeah, it's like it's not that simple anymore.
There's no updates. There's nothing. And this is why when you have, and shout out Julia and her team, because that's what they needed, right? And the is there needs. No, there's not. People. It's at this point, it's becoming a popularity contest to see who can talk about it the most, because that's what's getting the fucking views. And this is why we had a conversation a few days ago. And I said, look, people, I'm not part of that. And I never have been part of this gravy fucking train, because if I was, I would have been doing my shows a hell of a lot different a long ass time ago. It's not about it. There's no reason that I need to make you guys sit through toxic ass shit with no updates. Toxic ass shit when there's other loved ones out there that deserve this energy that we promote and that we're about and that we give. Is there an update? Let's talk about it, because I have a lot to talk about. Am I going to search again? Damn straight I'm going to be searching at some point. But like I always said, you got to have a direction locally. And if you don't have a direction locally, especially with canines, y'all, because think about it. We were all out there searching like he left on foot, okay? Think about it, people. We were out there searching like he left on foot. So if the canines, another round of them, if the canines don't pick up a direction, why are we still going to search like he left on foot? That's why I said if there's no direction locally, then there needs to be a coordinated effort, and it could literally happen in a weekend, a couple weeks, whatever. Each county along I-40 could set up a small number of teams in each county, because it's about finding a missing child. Come on, you can get 5 people in each frickin' county to search the side of an interstate for a missing child. And you could literally have it set up in a whole frickin' weekend where it could be this massive thing where all of a sudden the whole path from Hendersonville to Mississippi will be lit up with 5 orange dots in each county, because you're like, holy crap, this whole way down, all of these communities got together for a missing child, spent a weekend out of their life to just knock that whole interstate. Other than that, where are you going to go? And that's what I'm saying. Why? You don't have a direction locally. You see the search crews are going outside of Hendersonville now because there's nowhere else to go in Hendersonville. Canines are there. If the canines can't get a direction, then what else, people? It's I-40. And other than that, it's the United States. Why all the toxicity when there's no updates from the day he supposedly walked out that door? Nothing. Nothing. There's no sock. There's no glasses. You're saying he did this without medication? And then somehow made it through all of those woods that I showed you, through all of those woods, somehow made it through all that and not left one single sign whatsoever, not even a sign where a dog's nose could pick it up. To me, it says he didn't walk out that door. To me, it says he was taken. I don't know how he was taken. He could have been taken right outside the frickin' door, because to say that storms have came through, and yeah, storms have came through. You've seen all the weather that happens. Do I expect a dog to find a sign? Probably not, unless it's unfortunately decomp, which the dogs are able to. Shout out Julia. But what I'm saying, you got to look at the bigger picture. We could sit here in a stew of toxicity with no answer potatoes and grass clippings for our spices, because we're just stuck watching the screen looking at grass, because there ain't no, there's other people out there that deserve the energy too. And when there is a sign, it gets the energy. When there is a lead, when there is a direction, when there is some real substance, it gets the energy. But there's no reason for any of you to sit in that stew, existing in the mucky water with no answer potatoes and grass clippings for fucking seasoning. Because then it just becomes part of you. You know, we even sat with the mods, you know, and we had a talk, and I had a talk with them, and I was like, look, this is where I'm coming from. And it's getting so disgusting out there. It's not even about Sebastian anymore. It's about who's right, who's wrong, who agrees with what family, who don't agree with this family, who did, you know what I mean? Like, it's everything but Sebastian. And why is it everything but, Sebastian? Because there's no direction. And everybody is jumping on the gravy train. What's up, Emma Joe? CJ, baby. Everybody's jumping on. It's just nothing but a fucking gravy train anymore of mucky stew, no answer potatoes, and grass clippings from a search that is supposed to replace spices. It's not worth it. That's why we're talking Idaho4. That's why we're talking Mica Miller. That's why we're talking Ella Adler. And we're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff too. But I've always made it clear. I'm not saying I'm done with my searches. I'm still going to go out there. It's a collaborative effort. I'm not saying I'm not going to be talking about it anymore. If there's updates, hell yeah. But man, come on. Why am I going to make you guys sit there and have to exist through it? Whether we're talking positive about it or not, the same dumb ass, muck ass stew still. For what? So then Ella's mom can sit back and go, man, I wish instead of these people slinging mud, I wish they'd actually talk about my daughter. Well, you got it here, Mom. You know, because it's like, yo, I don't need. Listen, that's why you see the videos, right? You see the videos when I'm not talking about. You see the gravy train.
Yeah.
You see the videos the last few days, 1,000 views. That's fine with me. I don't give a shit because what it is it's about the energy. That's what it's always been about. People want to make shit up here and there about who the fuck I am. I don't give a fuck because what they eat don't make me shit. I'm not here to impress them. I'm here to try and be a better person every single day. And the only person I need to impress is myself. And that's why I'm so hard on my damn self, because I'm never satisfied with what I do. Because I'm never satisfied. I always try and do better no matter what. So I don't care about the one, you know, it's about the energy. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just said, yeah. It was great.
That's why, you know, a couple days ago, I'm like, yo, wait, what the fuck is, you know, and I said it and then people weren't getting it. So I had to put out a highlight from a live that I did a few nights ago just for people to understand, like, yo. So if you haven't watched it, check out the latest video I dropped. What the hell is going on? What is going on to this community? You know, it is an intro, part of an intro I did a few days ago. And it's like, yo, people ain't getting it, man. I'll just put out a fucking highlight. And I put one out yesterday. Like, yo, I don't expect people to watch 4 hours. I'll put a little something together that's 20, 30 minutes and you can see what the hell it's about. What we're about. Like, it's horrible and it's sad to say because of people. I've always said it from when I first started my show. I even said it, and it's one of the reasons why I do my show the way that it is, and I want the community the way that it is because, you know, the big heart, the big boot, because it's like, yo, if people would just take that negative fucking energy and put it all together, can you imagine how little a true crime we'd be talking about?
In our need, yeah.
Not that it wouldn't exist, but it'd be, you know, people would be thinking twice about doing some shady ass shit if we, because like, you know how, like, you look at how powerful we are as a single source, or even how powerful we are when there's a group of us together, right? And if you could imagine like every single person that talks about true crime and you have all of us together really being about the same shit that we claim we're about, but really being about it, can you imagine that person that, you know, is thinking about, you know, unaliving his girlfriend or something, and he's like, oh shit, man, these people on here ain't gonna fuck around. There's no way I can get away with it like this. I gotta, you know, that you make them think about it. Not that we can make people not commit the crimes, but when you make people think about committing that crime, that's the power that we have, especially with how we do shit, you know? And so like even a shady LE, you know, shit, man, this true crime community out there on YouTube, shit. I watched this one where this cop was trying to get away with this. I don't know, Jim. Maybe we better think about that. You know what I mean? Like, you make them go, fuck, I don't know. That's the power. And it's sad because, like, all of this is just, it's just become nothing but people. It's just, I don't know. I feel so bad. And I just go back to the same thing. What updates since the beginning? You know,
Yeah.
all of our searches, the ones that are out there now, they're going outside of Hendersonville. There's a reason. There's a reason because where is it? Like I said, you know what? If I need to, maybe I need to maybe what I'll do when I'm done with the show today is I'll write down every fucking county that goes along I-40, and I don't know. Maybe I'll try and start doing, because I don't have the resources to do that shit. You know what I mean? I really don't. Right? But somebody does out there. And I gave the idea a couple days ago. I don't have the resources. If somebody does, I gave the idea. Take the fucking idea and run with it. You know what I mean? There was other ideas about this petition or that petition, and then other people bigger than us ran with it. I don't give a fuck. It ain't about who's first. I don't give a shit. I can come up with ideas all day. I don't care if other people that have more sources or resources are able to do it. It's not about who's first. It's about the shit happening, right? So I don't care. I don't even need to, it ain't even about credit. Like, if somebody has the resources, fucking do it. And I'm not hearing anything. I'm not seeing anything. Maybe I just need to go through the fucking map, write down all the counties, and try and see if I can get something put together for a certain period of time. And, I don't know. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll have a show about it, maybe on the next, maybe we'll do a show where we can go through and I'll fucking call all the fucking whatever I need to call on a show and be like, hey, like it's a telethon or some shit. Like, hey, I'm reaching out. Like, we're talking, this missing child. We think that the search efforts aren't showing anything locally. There is no direction at this point. Really, it's the whole United States. Why ain't people in Wyoming searching for Sebastian then? So can you guys do us a favor? The only next plausible thing before you get to the United States is along I-40. Is there a way that you could have 5 volunteers? If you can't, that's fine. I can come up with a team where we can go down and knock out a certain county section of a county that isn't able to help. You know what I mean? Like, I'll fill in the gaps that don't get filled in whatever communities are able to help. 5 volunteers for a missing child, they can cover it. And I could have this whole grid thing set up and maybe I just need to fucking do it myself. I don't know. Think about it though. The dogs ain't even finding nothing now. There's no direction. There's none. It's got to be I-40. There's only one way it can happen plausibly, because it's way too huge of an effort to take on your own or with a team. It would take way too long. I mean, you're talking years. But if you have each little community do a little bit for a weekend, you could knock it out in a weekend, have that whole thing covered, and then you can go focus on Wyoming and all these other states. But man, like, if I was the people out there, I'd be going down I-40 starting tomorrow. Like, why search a fucking park 30 minutes? You know what I mean? Why search a park 30 minutes? Look, take my idea. Start with it. Searchers, take my idea. Start with it. Start with the fucking counties. Start with I-40, starting from, and go all the way down. Start your searches there. Then maybe after county 5, I'll have county 6's permit, like you know what I'm saying? Like, why it could start right now, literally, with the local ones out there right now. It could start right now. I don't know. I just hope, And I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to try and reach out to each county. I don't even know who I need to talk to when it came to volunteer work for that kind of stuff. I don't know. Does anybody have any ideas? Who do I reach out to? Like, what department do I reach out to for each of these counties to see if they can supply 5 volunteers from their county to search for along the interstate? If it takes a fucking afternoon, that's it. If it takes a whole day, okay. If it takes a weekend, okay. Like, I don't know. It could be different. It could be different. Who knows? I don't know. There could be like a corner of a county touches a certain part of it. I don't know. It's something I have to look at. County commissioner. Yeah. If anybody wants to help me out, let me know. Reach out to me because it is something that would I can't imagine how many counties. There's got to be quite a bit. At least 100. At least 100. The main city clerk's office. If anybody wants to help me try and coordinate this, please reach out to me because I know I would need help doing it. It needs done. It needs done. You know what I mean? And if that means, listen, I'll take time, out of my shit to go search. Like I said, I'll fill in the counties that don't want to go with it because they need to be searched. But to me, dogs ain't finding nothing. People are moving outside of the city, obviously, because it's all been searched. There's no direction whatsoever. And you're talking water and land at this point, all along I-40. And after that, it's the United States. What other, you know what I mean? What else? What else? I mean, there is no direction. It's one thing if you had, hey, he went north from the house. Okay. Well,
Yes.
right? They don't even have that.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
even-
they-
don't even- No, it's don't even have that for an answer. So I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully, yeah. So if anybody does want to, please reach out to me on any of these platforms here. And if you'd like to help, I would appreciate it because it'd be, to have like a list and kind of like
Yeah.
each people to get things like that. Like I'll talk to them myself, Hell, I do a talk show. I can sit there and I don't mind talking to these people and be like, yeah, and just being about trying to, because other than that, guys, seriously, for real.
Yeah.
What else is there? It's I-40. That's it. It's I-40. Hendersonville is only so big. The surrounding areas are only so big. We've done it, people. We've done it. I'm trying to be realistic here, and instead, let's just go search a grass area because it's what's bringing it. No, focus your energy on where, you know what I mean? There's so much time being wasted. People would get mad at me because you ain't going out for no steak dinner. Yo, I got work to do, bro. I ain't got time to waste. That's just how it is with me. Counting 6 counties so far. Yeah, reach out to me. And that's what I'm saying, Mrs. Melissa. It's not much. It's not much at all. Yeah, it sounds like it really, because I drove it. It was like 6 hours or no, 10 hours, 10 hours, 11 hours, somewhere around there. I drove it. It's a lot of fucking counties. It's a lot of room. And that's what I was trying to tell people, like when I first came up with the idea a few nights ago, and they're like, no, that's just it. And it's like, no, you break it down into small sections. Each county, 5 people, a missing child. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
5 people to go along. You ain't got to go way out there. 5 people along the interstate, along the riverbanks, whatever. Hey, it ain't going to take, it could literally happen like that. Like that would be the most amazing way to coordinate it, is have some kind of like weekend for Sebastian where all the counties, and this is what I would try and promote, is it's a weekend for Sebastian, all of the counties along I-40 on the same weekend, 5 people minimum, hopefully maybe would turn out more. 5 people minimum, weekend for Sebastian, I-40, every county, 5 people, knock it out in a weekend. At least, you know what I'm saying? Because it would take so long. It would take so long. What's up, Grizz? Yeah, I had to change the other music because it was giving me copyrights and shit. So I was like, fuck.
That was
But
me as
yeah.
well.
But yeah, it wouldn't take long at all. A weekend for weekend for Sebastian on I-40. You know, boom, a whole weekend. I don't know. Let's have it. Let's try and make it happen because I don't have the resources. You know, like I said, I'll go fill in with whatever counties aren't going to fill in. You know, maybe we could. I don't know. I'll talk to people more about more details that I'm thinking about. Time frames and things like that, to anybody that does want to help. But I'm gonna start figuring it out. So it's got to happen because it's just going to be nothing but the more you see grass clippings and no update potatoes, the more you're going to exist in the stew, you know? And I hate seeing people exist in it. And it's like, if I need to do something the way it should be done, fuck it, I'll do it. I'll go out there and search the whole fucking I-40 if I have to. It's going to take a long ass time, but why not have 5 people each county? You're looking for a small child. It shouldn't be anything too much to ask of any community, because if it was their community and they were missing a child, wouldn't you want people to come search too? You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it'd be cool to have a show where we're going through the different counties and maybe somebody that lives in that county. Hey, CJ. Hey, yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, CJ, you know, people call in or whatever. Hey, yeah. Hey, we'll go. Like, I don't know. Something's
Yeah.
got to happen. Weekend for Sebastian, I-40. It's got to happen. All of it. 5 notable cities along I-40. That too, you know. It's I don't know. It can happen. It can happen, and it can happen so quick if people just come together. And I mean, it
Coordinate. Yeah.
Yeah, it could happen. That's when the community makes tidal waves in the ocean of truth and justice, because the more energy you have as a community, the more higher those waves get. And that's what makes the difference. That's what cleans the water in the ocean, is the waves and all the swooshing. That's what cleans our water. Well, thank you, Rosie, for hanging out. I appreciate you so much. I love these morning shows, getting up early as hell. I see people have a hard time waking up too, but it's all good. I'm not sure what I'm doing tonight. I think I might do a sports show, because I'm gonna be starting to do sports shows. I'm not sure if I'm just gonna kind of leave it up to whatever tonight, whether it's a sports show, another true crime show, a game show, whatever. I'm not sure. But if I'm gonna start doing sports shows over at the lounge. So if you're not subbed to the lounge, I'll drop the link in chat as we close out the show. If you're not subbed to Rosie, here is her link. Please go sub over there. We're going to be getting into one of her videos that she did on Mica Miller's case. She's going to be doing another one too. We're going to be going into that video on the show. So I'm excited for that. You do such an amazing job with the presentation and the slideshows and all that stuff. I'm jealous. I'm just simple. I gotta lay over in topics. That's about what I got.
That works. That works.
But
Thank you, though.
But I'm kind of feeling sports tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I'll drop it. If you want to check it out, go ahead. I do other things there. It's the lounge. I just chill back and kick it. But I've been really desiring to talk some sports lately because that's what I've always wanted to do anyway. And I think I need to start taking a couple nights to, or a couple days, during the week to chit chat with some sports. So if you want to come check it out, come check it out. And I want to say thank you. If not, be back tomorrow for sure. Appreciate you. Do you have any lives coming up or any videos planned for dropping here soon, or just still kind of working on stuff for your next one?
I'm working on the Mica Miller video, and I do have to go and get that sunset that I promised everyone for.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I totally forgot. She did a video. You got to check out her channel. The video where you were following the puppy.
Yeah, so it was supposed to be like true crime, but then I didn't want to like waste the opportunity to go and show the nature reserve because there was nothing to report. So you get to see South Africa.
The terrain and the views.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. So yeah, that was an amazing video too. So definitely check it out. But yeah, be on a little later or whatever for something. We'll see though. But if not, be on tomorrow for sure. Appreciate you all. Thank you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. Thank you, Rosie, for hanging out. And have a
you,
peaceful
Bobby.
and positive day. No, thank you. I appreciate it.